We're good? Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I call this December 10th, 2024 hybrid administrative meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to order. Before we move on to business of the evening, I want to welcome our new county manager, Cindy Chavez. Welcome. Thank you for. Good to be here. Excuse me, we will have a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by our own Commissioner Quesada. But in this moment of silence, I would like to ask you to join me in recognizing or thinking about a former Bernalillo County Commissioner, Tom Rutherford, who recently passed. He was elected to the post in 1997 to represent District 3, and he served in the position for 8 years and went on to serve in the state legislature. So please join me in thinking of Tom Rutherford and his family. Thank you. Please stand and join us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Item 3, announcements and additions. Madam County Manager, are there any changes or additions to the agenda? Yes. I don't think your mic is on. There you go.
Thank you. I'd like to ask for one change, and that is the housing program for multi-generational families or special needs members to be added to the agenda as item 8F under adoption of resolution.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Commissioners, are there any other changes to the agenda? Seeing none, with that change, we'll move for approval of the agenda. I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And before we move on to proclamations, we had a closed meeting today. I offered the following statement regarding the closed meeting held Tuesday, December 10th at 2024 at 1 p.m. Only those items described in the published notice and the agenda for the closed meeting held today, December 10th, 2024, were discussed at that closed meeting. I need a motion for approval of this statement, and it will become part of the minutes for this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Second, I move that the Bernalillo County Attorney and County Manager be authorized to proceed with the matters discussed in the closed meeting held on Tuesday, December 10th, 2024, within the parameters set by this commission to include matters published in the closed meeting agenda. Do I have a second?
Moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
And that passes. Thank you so much. Move on to item 4, proclamations. And we will begin with Commissioner Benson, recognizing Commissioner
Benson, may I
Quesada.
jump in just for a moment? I also, just as we're going to be proclaiming just our gratitude to a number of people, I also just wanted to announce that we have 2 retirements on the staff. One is Debbie Jo, and Debbie Jo is retiring from our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space, and Viola Cunningham is retiring as the Director of Procurement and Business Services. And they're not here today, but we're going to celebrate oh, there you are, Debbie Jo, stand up. Is Viola here too? Oh, stand up. We are going to be celebrating both of them this week with the staff, but I wanted to say to Debbie Jo, thank you for making the world happy and fun. And Viola, thank you for helping us have the money for Debbie Jo to make the world happy and fun. And really for your dedication and public service. Thank you both.
Thank you, Madam Manager. And well-deserved retirement. Thank you both for your service. We move on to Commissioner Benson, recognizing Commissioner Quesada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, this is it's a day of celebration for people retiring and moving on, but it's a sad day for those of us who get to come to work without you guys here. But it's my honor to acknowledge Commissioner Quesada, and I'll try to throw some comments at the end, but I'll just start by reading the acknowledgement. Our sincere thanks and appreciation to Commissioner Stephen Michael Quesada, who ends his 2 terms representing District 2. His accomplishments are a testament to finding consensus with his fellow commissioners, listening to the needs of his constituents, understanding the role of other governmental agencies while fostering a productive working relationship to formulate creative and concrete solutions to important issues within the community. His unique understanding of his district has led to many successes over 8 years, resulting in improved quality of life for county residents. Through the county's economic development, he advocated and secured new affordable housing and strengthened existing and new businesses, including the early stages of Maxion and Ebon Solar, resulting in a stunning 628 permanent jobs, over 2,700 construction jobs, and millions of dollars of investment in our community. Focusing on road and drainage projects, he garnered $165 million from GO bonds, capital outlay, and federal matching funds to construct new roads, drainage systems, lighting, sidewalks, pedestrian and bike trails. He championed several major projects, including the Sunport Boulevard extension, Bridge Boulevard, 2nd Street, Coors Boulevard, and Isleta Boulevard. Commissioner Quesada obtained $27 million for the upgrade of parks, community centers, playing fields, and open space acquisition and improvement. With funding now in place, Mesa del Sol Regional Outdoor Sports Complex will add an additional 19 fields and other amenities. His continued support of the South Valley Drinking Water Project has ensured access for clean water for many residents. We're honored to congratulate Commissioner Stephen Michael Quesada for his outstanding public service and wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Thank you so much, Commissioner. And quickly, I'd like to invite Madam County Manager and Joe Noriega, along with his former staff, to the microphone. And while you come up, just some of my comments. Commissioner, you've been a mentor to me and a brother. We sit on 2 different sides of the political spectrum, but that never mattered. You reached out to build consensus among all commissioners you've worked with. And you're a movie star. He doesn't have to be doing this, but he loves Albuquerque. He loves Bernalillo County. And before he was a county commissioner, he was serving on the APS school board. I mean, he just cares. After he reached fame, and by the way, I had an opportunity to go overseas, and when I would say I was from Albuquerque, they would say, "Oh wait, you mean Breaking Bad?" Like, yeah, actually, my friend and colleague is Gomi. I'm like, "Oh wait, Agent Gomez? Yeah, that's him." So he's a legit celebrity. He could have left Albuquerque, and he chose to stay and continue fighting for us, for his constituents, for his family, and it's notable. You've always been honest. You're a man of integrity. I trust you. You've gotten up here on the dais and apologized when you felt like you were wrong, when you made missteps, when you hurt feelings. You're a good man, and I appreciate you. You're my friend, and I'm going to miss you. And I've got a plaque for him as well, and I think we've got some other things.
That is my district, I think.
Yeah, it is your district.
From staff.
You can open
Can we have him open it?
and open the long
You
one.
need to open both.
So I get early Christmas, and I'm not gonna get in trouble, right? Wow, this is amazing.
Santa might get mad at you.
What? So Sorry, Commissioner, I'm gonna go into your space here. So. Wow. So it says Avenida SM Quesada. Because the sign would have been way longer if they used my whole name. And they all signed it on the back. So that's pretty special. And then I guess I'll open this one as well, correct? And it's got a Bernco sheep.
The wrapping paper is a map of his district.
Yeah, I saw that, and there's like some problems there I got to fix, but it's not. It's not my problem anymore. That will be Commissioner Baca can take over and fix
other
some
one.
of these things. All right, I made a knot of it, just like I do my own shoes. All right, this thing was super heavy. I didn't want to let everybody know that I could hardly hold this up. I'm trying to hurry. I know we have a big agenda. I'm not the best with this. Okay, it's a workout for me. All right. I don't.
It's a kettlebell.
Is there more tape? I'm looking for tape now. Okay. It just wiggle. It's got to wiggle itself out. Okay. And wow, it's
Bookends.
yeah, they're bookends. It says County Commissioner Stephen Michael Quesada, thank you for your dedicated service to the residents of Bernalillo County, 1/1/2017 to 12/31/2024.
And Joe, do you have some words? There you go.
It's on.
Good evening, everyone. First, I just want to start off by saying congratulations to Madam Clerk Stover and Madam Treasurer Bierce for an exceptional and phenomenal 8 years of service to Bernalillo County. Your impact on our community will last forever. Thank you for your service and your friendship. My name is Joe Noriega, and I am Commissioner Stephen Michael Quesada's Executive Officer. I am joined by Commissioner Quesada's intern, Isabella Trujillo, and his former Executive Officer, Margarita Achiveque. Sean and Chelsea could not be here, but they send their regards and are here with us in spirit. This evening, as we gather for this commission meeting, we also gather to celebrate a remarkable leader who has dedicated 8 incredible years to serving Bernalillo County and the people of Commission District 2. Commissioner Quesada, as your current and former assistants, we've had the privilege of witnessing firsthand your unwavering commitment to our community. But today, we're here to celebrate not just the leader you've been, but the person you are. A person who leads with kindness, integrity, and an unshakable belief in the power of collaboration. From the very beginning of your tenure, you made it clear that your priority was the people of Bernalillo County. Every decision, every project, every initiative was rooted in your dedication to improving lives and building a stronger, more connected community. But what truly set you apart was your approach. You never saw leadership as a solo journey. Instead, you trusted in your team and leaned on the expertise of Bernalillo County staff to bring your vision to life. You always recognized that the success of any initiative depends on the people behind it. Your rapport with county staff wasn't just professional, it was built on mutual respect and trust, and a few jokes here and there too. You believed in us, you believed in county staff, you valued all of our input and empowered all of us to do the work that made a difference. That trust didn't just make us better professionals, it made us better collaborators, and it made your vision a reality. Your legacy is one of transformative change. You brought healthcare directly to our communities with the launch of 2 mobile school-based health centers and a third on the way, ensuring access to critical health care for children and families across the county. You champion the South Valley Drinking Water Project, delivering safe, reliable water to thousands of residents and enhancing fire protection for entire neighborhoods in the South Valley. You led the charge on infrastructure, securing over $165 million for road improvements that didn't just fix potholes, they reimagined how we connect. From the Sunport Boulevard extension to the revitalization of Bridge and Isleta Boulevards and many other roads in the district, your work made our roadways safer and more efficient, improving the lives of countless residents. Economic development was another cornerstone of your tenure. By leveraging tools like industrial revenue bonds and the Local Economic Development Act, you brought affordable housing, revitalized older properties, and attracted new businesses. Your efforts didn't just create jobs, they created opportunities for families to thrive. Thousands of permanent jobs and hundreds of millions of dollars in investments later, Bernalillo County is stronger and more prosperous and more hopeful because of your leadership. And let's not forget your commitment to recreation and wellness. Under your watch, parks, playgrounds, and community centers flourished with tens of millions of dollars of direct investment. You ensured that children and families have safe spaces to play, connect, and grow, places that promote both physical and mental well-being. The Mesa del Sol Regional Outdoor Sports Complex is a shining example of your dedication to a healthier, more vibrant community. But Commissioner Quesada, what we admire most isn't just what you've accomplished, it's how you did it. You treated every person who crossed your path with dignity and respect, whether they were a constituent, a colleague, or a member of your team. You showed us that leadership isn't about power or position, it's about service, humility, and a genuine desire to lift others up. As you step away from the commission, we want you to know that your legacy isn't just in the projects completed or the policies enacted. It's in the lives you've touched, the trust you've built, and the example you've set for all of us. You leave Bernalillo County better than you found it, not just because of what you've done, but because of who you are. On behalf of all of us who've had the honor of working for you, thank you. Thank you for your vision. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for showing us what real leadership looks like. We are proud to have been part of this journey with you, and we will carry forward the lessons you've taught us. Congratulations on a remarkable 8 years. You will be deeply missed, but your impact on our community will endure for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And I'd like to invite anybody who'd like to come up. We're going to do a photo, and I know, Stephen, you've got family here. Feel free to come up for a group photo.
So real quick, Commissioner, Madam Chair, I guess I should say a few words. First of all, for me to be up here, there's a lot of family sacrifice, and my wife and my kids, my daughters are here, my mother, my 91-year-old mother, who supported all the crazy things that I've done in my life. And I've always been a risk taker. I've never done anything that's easy, and nobody does that alone. After Joe read all that, I was exhausted. I didn't know I had done all that. But the problem is with that statement is I didn't do all that. The problem with that statement is this commission up here helped me do that. The staff of Bernalillo County helped me do that. And my constituents who pointed me a lot of times in the right direction helped me do that. And so I'm just proud that I was able to support it and sometimes have to fight for it. And I'm just over the moon about being a New Mexican, Commissioner Benson said I could have left, and that's a true statement. I could have, but where was I going to go? This is my home. This is the land that I'm connected to. These are the people that I've helped my whole entire life, from when I started at YDI doing gang intervention programs and looking at how we could be better citizens. I'll end with this. I think that I wanted to be the type of leader that when I took an oath, I was no longer one side of the aisle or the other. I just wanted to make sure that I listened to everybody the best I could, and that every decision I made was to help as many people as I could. We make decisions up here all the time, and nothing is easy. Sometimes we make it look easy, but it's not. And I wanted to be that type of leader that stood in the middle, someone that could bring people together, because I knew through all my ventures as a person that that was the best way to go, and it was the most successful route to getting the things done. And so, staff of Bernalillo County, you allowed me to do that. You allowed me to find a middle ground with you many times. When you told me no, you found a way to make it happen. You did that, not me. I just stayed firm to my convictions, but you did the work. And so this celebration of my 8 years is actually the celebration of your last 8 years and what you had done for District 2. And I will always be forever grateful. Thank you.
We're going to take a picture. I just want to say on behalf of the commission, as the chair, I just wanted to thank you, Commissioner Quesada. We're neighbors, a little ways away, but we share a border, and we have agreed, disagreed, but man, thank you for fighting the good fight, and I really appreciate having been your colleague. Thanks. Vice Chair Olivas.
I want to jump in here real quick. It's no secret that we haven't always agreed on everything, Commissioner Quesada and I, but it's been really wonderful to work with you on the things where we have found common ground, standing up for our neighbors in the Mountain View community for some environmental justice. Really enjoyed working on that with you to represent, our core values up here. Working with you on capital outlay and the money that we bring into our county. It's been a ride, and it's been we've disagreed passionately, but we've also found true bridges to common ground, and I think that's exactly what our community expects of leaders. We're not always going to agree, but we have to still be able to work together and do good for our community, and I think that's what you showed, and that's what we'll continue to do in your spirit. So thank you.
So my wife and my daughters and my mom, if they would come up here and take a picture with us. Oh, well, all right. Put the little guy in the middle.
Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah.
You guys want to hold this? That's my mama. Those are my daughters. Two of them.
Tell them to scoot over. Yeah. You need to, could you all move this way a little bit? Just so we can have a little bit. Bottom's perfect, top, move a little bit more. All right, perfect.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just thought of something. I think I skipped over my staff, and Joe and Bella and Margarita and Chelsea. And Chelsea's not here, and Sean Pena, who started with me at my office. You guys, you're the champions tonight, man. And I just, before we move on to this meeting, Joe, thank you. I know that it wasn't easy for you to come work for me, but because I think you were happy not being in politics. But thank you for coming back And Bella, you're amazing. I can't wait for the future for you because you're going to do great things. And Margarita, keep going to work because you're the best at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So now we move on to 4B. Cindy Chavez, County Manager, will be recognizing outgoing clerk Linda Stover.
Well, it is an honor to be able to present this acknowledgement, and I feel very humbled, given that I didn't have an opportunity to tomorrow's my 1-month anniversary. So, but you don't need to be here long to feel the energy, the vibrancy, the tenacity, the ferocity, and the joyfulness of our clerk. So I'm going to ask her to come forward while we embarrass her. And I'm going to read this into the record. In recognition of your exemplary leadership, innovation, commitment to the principles of democracy, the Bernalillo County Board of Commissioners is proud to acknowledge Linda Stover for your extraordinary contributions to advancing voter access, community engagement, and election integrity. Through your vision and efforts, you have profoundly enhanced voter accessibility by establishing the mobile voting unit, which brings voting directly to individuals unable to visit the polling locations. Your commitment to civic education has inspired partnerships with Albuquerque Public Schools and organizations such as the Boys and Girls Club and the Girl Scouts, and resulting in impactful programs such as I Voted stickers, which are gorgeous and fun, and earning national recognition with the 2020 National Association of Counties for the award because of the book, the coloring book About My County, which is really rather lovely. I haven't colored in it yet, but thank you for giving me one. As Bernalillo County Clerk, your innovative leadership during COVID-19 ensured the safety and accessibility of the voting process, a feat acknowledged with the 2022 NACO Award. Additionally, your contributions played a vital role in the clerk's office receiving national recognition in 2024 by MIT's Performance Index, highlighting the office's excellence in service. You have shown exceptional advocacy for poll workers by successfully increasing their pay, demonstrating your appreciation for their vital role in elections. Your vision for improving election infrastructure has been exemplified through the preparation of new voting machine warehouse, a critical step in enhancing future election operations. Furthermore, you've developed a dedicated voter support hotline room to provide real-time assistance to polling locations, showcasing your dedication to the voters. Beyond these achievements, you have actively engaged with the community by officiating weddings and representing Bernalillo County with distinction, both as president and board member for New Mexico counties. Your dedication to innovation, public service, and the democratic process has set a standard of excellence, leaving a meaningful and lasting impact on our community and beyond. With gratitude, we thank you for your amazing service. Do you want to say a few words, and then I will bestow presents upon you?
Okay, I love presents. Oh, gosh, I'll tell you guys, being the county clerk was always my dream of the perfect job. I grew up around the political arena. I'm not saying I'm old, but I've been around a while. So being a county clerk to me was always the perfect political position to be in. Because if you're going to run for an office, it doesn't matter if you're running for county commission or you're running for president of the United States. Your name will appear on a ballot in the office of your local county clerk. That's the first place it goes. So the people that work in that office, you need to feel that they've got your back, they've got your trust, and they're going to give you an open, honest, and transparent election. I have been fortunate enough for 8 years to be able to do that. I wanted this job so badly. I was gifted with Jamie Diaz, who came along, and when we got here, kind of showed me the way to be a county clerk. He and Ken kept me out of jail several times because of my mouth. I appreciate that. I have loved this job dearly. The friends I have made, the people in this clerk's office. Your new clerk is excellent. You're going to be so proud of her. I have nothing but gratitude for the 8 years that I have been here. I have nothing but gratitude and appreciation for the people that have worked in the clerk's office, the commission. We've all done great things. I really appreciate the fact that I had this to do. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
Clerk.
you.
Commissioner Benson had a comment also.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam County Clerk Stover, you've been such a joy to work with. And you've always got the brightest smile and the quickest laugh. And seeing photos of you as a little girl in Carlsbad, was it?
Yes, sir.
She looks exactly the same. The big smile,
Still is clumsy.
the smile that makes everybody around her smile. Same with your laugh. But with that, your professionalism is at that same level. Knowing that you were the county clerk and the staff you had in place, Jamie, your entire staff, I slept well. Elections are so important. There's been a lot of scrutiny nationwide. And when it came to Bernalillo County, I slept well, knowing that everything was running tip-top shape, and you've been recognized nationally for it, and it's well earned. And I know it's not just you, it's the staff that you've built, but you also empower and you recruit, and you've worked very hard. So it's been such a pleasure and honor working with you, and I look forward to seeing you
At the drive-through window.
years to come. Yes, at the local restaurants.
Commissioner Barboa, then Olivas,
Yes.
then Quesada.
Yes, Madam County Clerk. So it has been nothing but a joy to work with you for the last 4 years. Everybody knows your spirit and smile and laugh that just brightens up a whole room, if not the planet. But I just want to also mention that, during these last 4 years, there's been so much attacks on our elections, and so much hate and negativity in this space, outside of this space. And I know every time I'd come to you or your team to ask, like, what does this really mean, or what's really going on, you all had the answers. You all could prove what you were doing. The office was, like Commissioner Benson said, I felt like we were with such integrity that I didn't have to worry that we were doing anything wrong, and that we could count on your office and your team to do what's right by our elections and make sure that democracy prevails. So I saw you go through those tough times, and you just held your head high. I know now that Jamie and Ken were telling you to zip it. but you held your head high and got the job done with integrity and such great pride that we could hold in our election process. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. very much.
Commissioner Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, it's just been such a privilege to work with you, to see your leadership, and I think that's reflected most by the people that you've brought into your office, Jamie and our incoming clerk-elect Kavanaugh. You've hired amazing people to do the amazing work that you've done. Early on in my tenure, we met, we talked about elections, we talked about election integrity, and I never felt more secure and more reassured in what we were doing and how we do it. And we consistently see that Bernalillo County leads the state in the initiatives that you have pioneered and your office has put forward. And it reflects when we see our turnout numbers, or when we see the quick turnaround that you have on election night. And it speaks volumes to you and your office, and wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Quesada.
Hi, Linda.
Hi, David.
So now we get to call each other Linda and Steven again. You always have been very serious about this job, despite that laugh and that smile and that energy. You came in being very serious about the work that you were about to do, and just like everybody up here, I felt 100% comfortable that you and the people you put in your deputy positions did the job that we needed to be done to make sure that we had fair elections here in Bernalillo County. And that's what you did. And you get to walk away after 8 years doing that. And that's a long time. And that's not an easy thing to do. It's very hard. I think a lot of times people take for granted what we have to do up here, and hard decisions have to be made almost on a daily basis. And you did what you needed to do. And you took that office and reached out into the community like nobody ever had. And that your engagement with our young people and our young voters is going to carry your name into the future. So thank you for that. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. And
Thank you very
I'll
much.
end with a very brief, thank you, Madam Clerk, for your good work, for your levity, for your integrity, and for the I voted stickers with APS. Those are just brilliant, and it was so fun. So you brought a bright light to the county clerk's office. And
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much.
I appreciate that.
County Manager.
Thank you. So I wanted to just say one quick thing about these gifts. So first I want to thank Cheyenne. She found a way to wrap it in everybody's leadership.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, I know, I'll carry it for you. And the reason we chose bookends was to demonstrate the gratitude that we have for when you started, everything you did in between, and how it
Oh,
ended. So I
well,
wanted
how
you to
clever.
understand the story
Thank you.
behind that. And I'm happy to carry it. Do you want to do a quick photo? And then
Yeah,
I'll let you open it.
sure. Phil, would you come up too, please? My family couldn't be here tonight, so I have a friend.
If you want, you can take your plaque, but you don't
Okay.
have to. Up to you.
Yeah, sure.
I'll let you hold it.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations. I now have the honor of introducing Nancy Burse. If Nancy could come forward again while we embarrass her. Where is she? Oh, excellent. So this is an opportunity to acknowledge, on behalf of the Bernalillo County Board of Commissions, the County Treasurer, Nancy Burse, for playing leadership as a vital role in assuring the efficient and transparent management of public resources, enabling Bernalillo County to maintain financial stability and provide essential services to its residents. Since 2017, Bernalillo County has greatly benefited from the leadership of our treasurer, the first elected Hispanic female treasurer in the county's history. Re-elected in 2020, the treasurer has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to transparency, integrity, public trust throughout her entire tenure. Under her administration, the treasurer's office has achieved remarkable milestones that reflect exceptional financial stewardship, collecting $5.7 billion in property taxes and recovering $97 million in owed taxes, ensuring essential public services are funded effectively. Increasing investment interest earnings from $2.5 million to $32.9 million, with total interest earned reaching $93 million. Establishing an award-winning investment policy with portfolio holdings exceeding $708 million. Maintaining a consistent 98% tax collection rate, a testament to operational excellence, fiscal responsibility, and tenacity. Our treasurer has spearheaded modernization efforts, enhancing the county's services through innovations like streamlined online payment systems, an upgraded customer service platform, and improved data security measures. Her tenure has been marked with resilience and determination, overcoming significant challenges, including COVID, county furloughs, and a cyber attack, all while maintaining exceptional service to the residents of Bernalillo County. Beyond the office, our treasurers demonstrated a commitment to community engagement, participating in over 30 outreach events annually to foster transparency and strengthen connections with county residents. Throughout her service to Bernalillo County, she has maintained strong emphasis on ethical practices and fairness. The Bernalillo County Board of Commissioners extends its heartfelt gratitude to Treasurer Nancy Burse for her transformative leadership and dedication to the financial health of the county. Her commitment to excellence and her enduring legacy will serve as an inspiration to future leaders in public service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, as I always start that out that way, thank you so much for this. In 8 years, I think we have worked well together. We've turned the ship around. It's on a great path, and I couldn't have done it without everybody in front of me and everybody behind me. I have several staff that are here that I hope will come up and speak a little bit. I know some of them are shy and not used to speaking, but they talk all the time in the office. So we'll do that. But it was really my honor. And as a public service, it was really my obligation to give you the best that I could give, to give our community the best. That's the obligation we have as public servants. And to the best of our ability, to the best of my ability, I hope I provided that for you all and for all of our residents in Bernalillo County. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Benson, then Vice Chair Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Treasurer Burse, it's been such an honor to work with you, serving on the Investment Committee. When you took office, the Treasurer's Department was not in good shape, and you're leaving it in excellent condition. You're leaving the county in a better position than when you came on board. And all of the residents benefit even when they don't realize how integral you were to that process. You also are gifted at explaining the benefits of paying taxes. Every summer we have our evening in paradise, and you always come, and you wait till the very end when we do our movies in the park, and it's on your own time, and you're able to get up and explain. Nobody likes paying taxes, and you're able to explain what's going on and their tax dollars at work, and I appreciate it, and so do my constituents. Anyway, God bless you. I look forward to your retirement, and I hope to see you around, and you've been excellent. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Vice Chair Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Treasurer, you're just, much to what Commissioner Benson said, you came in at a very dark time in the county financially and in your office specifically. And to say you turned the ship around is a great understatement. The financial position that we're in as a county is strong, and in no small part because of your leadership and the leadership that you've surrounded yourself with. Your office has true professionals working in there, investing our county taxpayers' hard-earned dollars and earning more funding that allows this commission to make investments in public safety, in behavioral health, in housing, in the core priorities that we all share and that we see on our streets every day. And you have been an integral part of that, and bringing such integrity and grace to your office. It's just, you are a model public servant, and I hope that I can walk in your path just a little bit, and I'll be pretty successful if I can do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Barboa.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Quesada.
Madam County Treasurer, so thankful for your leadership. I am grateful that you and I shared the District 3 Commission, and your leadership has been lifelong before either of us started in these offices, and your commitment to our communities is so important. So I want everybody to know that she is our District 3 leader, champion, community leader, has made such great stuff for Bernalillo County District 3. And of course, as your time as treasurer, we should just call you Make It Rain Bears, because you really have added efficiency and always willing to test out how we could do just a little bit better by adding this little thing. It's been a great thing to watch you, from adding the phone lines that have made it more efficient, or more reaching our community members that maybe aren't navigating online. Or I've just been really impressed about the full way you think about reaching our communities, making our systems more efficient, and bringing in all the money. So thank you again for your leadership.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Quesada.
Madam Treasurer, you had the ability we started this journey together, and you from the get-go had the ability to help me understand what your office did, how important it was to Bernalillo County. Coming from the school board, that money comes to us. It's not a whole lot of money, but that money's already there. So, yeah, you do the work to make sure that APS gets some of that money as well. And the way you were able to break it down, I'm very thankful for that. Not everybody steps up on this dais and knows everything. There's a huge learning curve for everyone because there's so much to know and so much to navigate. And to have leadership like you did help me understand how it worked, how the investments work, how, you know, you put money and what it does for you and how you make money work and how you broke it all down. I'm just a little disappointed that your parting gift wasn't a bucket. That's the only thing. Because for those of you in the audience, everything she would explain came in a bucket. And they should have given you a bucket hat or something for your bucket explanation. But I think you'll be famous for the buckets moving on and all the money that you were able to give to my district so we could get the work done. Thank you. You're awesome. Good luck in the future.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Madam Treasurer, I just want to very briefly again, bringing this all together, thank you from the bottom of my heart. We really, really appreciate your professionalism. When you first met me, you said, it's burse, it rhymes with purse. I hold that purse of the county very seriously. And you have proven that to all of us and done such a splendid job. We are all better off for knowing you and have worked with you. Thank you for your years of service.
Thank you. Thank you all. I know there's staff back there. I don't know if there's an opportunity for them to come up and speak, but if not, I'll just put them on the.
They're all pointing.
To at least stand and be
Come up for the
recognized
picture.
because, yes, and you have to come take your
Come on up
picture
for the
with me.
picture.
So my name is Tiffany Stevens. I came late in your tenure, and one of the most important lines of the proclamation is fostering new leaders with your leadership through transparency and always looking to serve the public. That is your goal when you got into office, and you instilled that in all of us here and me. And I know when Melissa was helping me write it, she also expressed her gratitude for you. And I said, I know I've only been here a year. I wish I'd been here 4 or 5 years ago because I've learned so much in 1 year. So thank you.
Come up for a picture?
I didn't see them stand, but now they're going to have to come down and take a picture with me. Oh, yeah. Take the plaque.
Oh.
Okay, y'all ready? Okay, thank you.
Thank you all very much for bearing with us on that very important recognition.
Charlie.
We will now move on to item 5, public comment and communications. Let's see. Before we hear communications, each person has 2 minutes, and you will be alerted about your remaining time. When your name is called, please make your way up to the podium if you are speaking in person. Before making your statement, please state your name for the record. And to maintain order and decorum and in the spirit of professionalism, we do ask that everyone sticks to the 2-minute time frame, and the bell will sound when your time is up. Ms. Julianne Baca, how many speakers do we have?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 10 speakers this evening, 3 of which are remote. We will start with the in-person speakers, starting with Madam Treasurer Nancy Barris. followed by Michael Barndollar, followed by Paul Gessing.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I could have just stayed here. I had my cheat sheet. Good evening, Chair Baca and Commissioners. I come to you as Nancy Burse, citizen of Bernalillo County. I wish to share my opinion on item 7A, Code of Conduct revisions. I am a firm believer of term limits, giving others an opportunity to serve their community and participate in our democratic experiment. Bernalillo County is the largest urban county in population. It contains our flagship university. As such, there's a great number of citizens who would be great public servants. You only have to look at our own Secretary of State, Maggie Toulouse-Oliver, Secretary of Interior, Deb Haaland, and now retired State Treasurer, James Lewis, as some of our role models. Let's widen our democratic participation for diversity, equity, and inclusion by keeping the one-year cooling off period. Or, to show our high ethical behavior, let's match the New Mexico Legislators Code of 2 years of cooling off before becoming a lobbyist. New Mexico needs a true ethical path for civic engagement. We deserve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer.
Michael Barndollar, followed by Paul Gessing, followed by Dr. Gerardo Cionello.
I am Michael Bernalillo.
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Commission. It's good to see you all again. It's been a long time since I've had the privilege of standing at this podium and actually recommending funding to you for BHI dollars. I am here tonight with a request. So later this evening, and I'll try to read this to be precise, later this evening, one of your agenda items is to approve your legislative priorities for the upcoming session. I strongly urge you to include as one of your priorities legislation that would require the New Mexico Healthcare Authority to apply for a behavioral health Medicaid waiver. Earlier, Julianne handed out a one-pager for you that explains the reason for the waiver, but let me add a couple of points. For 6 years, I, along with the other BHI Housing Subcommittee volunteers, struggled with the fact that there is a lack of funding for services, especially housing for people experiencing serious mental illness. You all agreed with that when you included a specific percentage of county behavioral health funds for housing in the Behavioral Health Authority ordinance. The behavioral health waiver would go a long way to providing this essential funding for both housing and the needed wraparound services. In reality, the waiver becomes a 3-to-1 match for your county dollars. The legislation is still in draft form, but at this point we have significant support from a growing number of members of the legislature. The process for submitting and getting CMS approval for the waiver application and then seeing the first Medicaid funding will take 2 to 3 years, which gives us time to ensure the needed behavioral health services are identified and in place in each community. Not to put him on the spot, although I told him I would, I suspect that Deputy County Manager Dr. Lindstrom is very knowledgeable. Actually, I know he's very knowledgeable and would be a very good resource to you about this waiver. Again, I ask you all to make it a priority later this evening. This is critical for funding for housing and other behavioral health services in not only the county but statewide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barndollar.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Roberts.
I just wanted to interject briefly, Mr. Barndollar, and point you to our legislative priorities, item 3A, and we have included a housing waiver for substance use disorder and mental health through the Medicaid program, and look forward to talking more about that later this evening.
Mr. Gessing.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Paul Gessing. I'm head of the Rio Grande Foundation, a public policy watchdog and Research Institute based here in Albuquerque and Bernalillo County. And I'm here to comment on two separate issues very briefly. One is when voters passed Amendment 4 allowing county commissions to set their own salaries. I completely understand the desire to increase above $39,000 as the last raise was in 2018, and think a 10 or even 15% increase with inflation being, very high in recent years is completely reasonable, but would certainly encourage you to not go with 100 or even 150,000 as has been put forth in some proposals to go with equivalency to other governed bodies across the nation. Also, on 7A, the Code of Conduct, I agree, keeping the 1 year cooling off period is the best approach. We shouldn't move that forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gessing. And I'd like to take a personal privilege. I see that Senator Mo Maestas is in the House, and we would like you to come up if you had your moment to speak. And I believe, I'm told Councilor Pena is here as well. I don't see her, but, oh, yes, thank you. And maybe you can come on down next. Thank you.
Thank you for the courtesy, Madam Chair. Antonio Maestas, State Senator from District 26, and apologies for missing the ceremonies earlier today. I was in court all day and got lost in time. But I just want to give a shout out, Madam Chair, to Stephen Michael Quesada, the other elected officials who are finishing their terms this December. I've known Commissioner Quesada for, over 2 decades. My dad was his golf instructor. And so I know him in a different light, as a different person. And then in 2011, we struggled and fought with APS to have a third district, a third APS district. And Stephen Michael Quesada stepped up and ran for that district, was a school board member for 4 years prior to joining the county commission. And then when he became county commissioner, all the folks that didn't vote for him in the election, he befriended them. And he just became an outstanding spokesman. All of us have opportunity costs, family, whatnot. Stephen Michael Quesada, Commissioner Quesada, has a huge opportunity cost with his career and things of that nature. And he sacrificed a great much of that to serve as county commissioner for 8 years. So I just want to thank you personally on behalf of my district. I love you, brother. You have put your heart and soul into this government, making it more democratic, making the South Valley and Mesa del Sol more prolific. You've increased the quality of life for many, many families and added tremendous pride to our communities. We love you. We wish you the best in all your endeavors, and we look forward to your leadership in other aspects of life. Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Quesada. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the commission. I'm here on behalf of Stephen Michael Quesada as well. I just want to say, as a longtime friend, as Senator Maestas just described, I've known him long before we were even in office. I actually met him. We're very young adults, just struggling, brown people from the hood, if you will. And I met him at our place many, many years ago, and just to see where he was and where I was at the time, and to see that he's become such a strong leader in our community. We can't go anywhere. Obviously, he is an actor and people recognize him. But, to me, you always know when you see a strong leader, when you're out in the community and you have people just come up to you on a regular basis and just really thank you for what you're doing in their community. I think that's the most important reward that we can seek to have as elected leaders. I can talk about all the accomplishments and things that you've done in the community, but I think that's what's most important, is that your community has embraced you so much. And I know that, people ask all the time, like, you should not have term limits so that you can continue to serve District 3. But I know you're going to go on to do many more wonderful things in our community, and it's not over till it's over. So as you all may know, I asked Stephen, well, you should think about some other opportunities, like let me have a break. So, but thank you, Stephen. You're amazing, and I'm proud to have served alongside with you and to have overlapping districts and making a difference in our community. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Counselor. Julianne, the next speaker.
Dr. Gerardo Cionello, followed by Bianca Encinias, followed by Elsie Beal.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, Commissioners, and staff, and I am a doctor and a minister. As we conclude 2024, I just want to thank you and bless you and your family for serving our communities. This last election process, I had the great privilege in serving as a poll challenger, and some of you know that Sandoval County has been on the radar nationwide the last few months regarding election transparency. How do we reduce the election day chaos in our state in the future? Retired Army Captain Seth Keshel, a cybersecurity expert, said it best, based on the 2024 data and trends. The 10 points to true election integrity: clean out the voter rolls, ban all electronic election equipment, voter ID with paper ballots only, ban mail-in voting, ban early voting, drastically smaller precincts, ban ballot harvesting. Election day is a holiday, new reporting requirements for transparency, and lastly, heavy prison sentences for all who commit fraud. And by the way, currently, commissioners in Bernalillo County receive $39,000 annually. One plan would increase salaries to $150,000 annually. We don't believe the people of New Mexico approved the constitutional amendment that allowed Bernalillo County to increase their salary ×4. Is this salary increase a need or a want? That said, I want to wish you and your family a blessed, healthy Christmas season. And Christmas is an acronym. Christ has revealed instructions so that many are saved. So having said that, instruction is our Torah, Bible, and our God's love letter to us. And I want to encourage all of us to spend time reading, meditating, and living out God's love letter during the stressful, uncertain times to promote hope, help, and healing to our souls, and experience that true everlasting life of intimate personal relationship with Yeshua Jesus, the Savior and Lord, whom we all celebrate this season. May God bless you, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Dr. Cionello.
Bianca Encinias, followed by Elsie Beal, followed by Mary Ingham.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. My name is Bianca Encinias, and I'm the Executive Director of the South Valley Main Street. I'm here to thank Commissioner Quesada. Together, you allocated $50,000 over the course of the past few years, where we distributed hundreds of backpacks filled with school supplies for children and families in the South Valley and across Bernalillo County. Together with your office and Parks and Recreation and Open Space, we fundraised $2.1 million for the redesign and amenities at the Dolores Huerta Gateway Park, which will be celebrating our ribbon cutting for the first phase of construction completion. I want to thank you for valuing our expertise and working with economic development, where you allocated $300,000 in ARPA funding for businesses and commercial property owners who are local families for the facade and building rehabilitation during the construction of Bridge Boulevard. And I'd also finally like to add, as a Bernalillo County Arts Board, we weren't able to get the funding for performing arts, but Abe and I worked with Bernalillo County staff for 6 years, doing many meetings and research where we advocated for increasing public arts from 1% to 1.5%. And you can see our accomplishments that we completed this year. And finally, the bylaws. We passed bylaws in the Arts Board for the first time in its 30 years of existence, which make for more transparency, equity, and inclusion. And finally, I'll end by saying thank you for valuing our expertise, especially my expertise as a Chicana who's a product of the Mountain View community, did environmental justice work for over 20 years and continues to do so, and went on to get my master's degree in community regional planning. You're one of the first elected officials who I've worked with in the county to value not only my expertise academically and professionally, but all the community members that we work for. So we're grateful for the time that we had working with you, and we wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Encinias.
Elsie Beal, followed by Mary Ingham. Mary Ingham.
Good evening, commissioners and we people. My name is Mary Ingham. I wanted to second what Paul Gessing said about the salary increases. I know that we're the largest county in the state, but there, of the 33 counties, obviously our budget is huge compared to the little tiny ones that have more cows than people, for sure. But I did want to just have you have that, a consideration of the smaller counties and the percentage of increase that it's taken there, that if we, were to choose something, with a very, very high amount that a servant is receiving, that'd be very difficult, I think, for the smaller counties to even consider such a thing, because there would be a water system or a road or something that couldn't be taken care of if they were to try to do anything close to that in their county. So I just would ask that you consider that. And the other thing is just Merry Christmas. I want us all to think about, as a Christian, that it's Christ Moss, Christmas, and we want more of Jesus Christ. I think that we really, truly need that, in our community, in our state, and he's our hope. And he came, from heaven as a tiny baby to save us from our sins and to help us to be the people that he would like us to be. So just ask you to, all of us, to think about that and pray. And I ask blessing on each of you and all the families represented here. And Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Ms. Ingham.
Okay, we'll move to online speakers, starting with Christine Donaldson, followed by Karen Wentworth, followed by Jeff Ryan.
Hi, I actually just registered in case somebody had questions about West Mesa Ridge, which is further along in the agenda. So I don't have any public comments right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Wentworth. Jeff Ryan.
I am also here for West Mesa Ridge if there's any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. We move on to item 5, communications, animal care services, presented by Director Misha Goodman.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners, County Manager, welcome. So I'm here to give a report and an update on the mold situation at the facility, at the animal care facility. And Julie, do we have slides?
It's on that laptop. It's on the laptop in front of you.
Oh, it's on the laptop.
And I can cue it up.
All right, so as everyone knows, we had a mold issue at the Animal Care and Resource Center. We've been through quite a process with this. In early October, the mold was identified through the Public Works Department personnel who noticed that we were having some issues. And we proceeded with testing just a few days after it was located. We did a number of rounds of testing throughout the building in lots of different areas. And we received results back the end of October from 35 different samples that we ran, both swab samples and air testing that we did throughout the building. Only a portion of the facility was impacted. Unfortunately, part of that was the main hallway where we do house a good number of animals, and then some other identified rooms within animal housing as well. Approximately 64 dogs initially had to be relocated. We also had to relocate cats and other small animals out of areas that were adjacent to the mold areas because as the remediation started, that would become stressful for them. So we moved dogs temporarily over to New Mexico Expo. They have allowed us to use a building over there temporarily. That has been very good for us. It's a building with heating and air conditioning that has drains. That has been a good location for us to relocate some of these dogs while we were going through the remediation process. The remediation work started in October, and we were finished by November 22nd. Essentially, this process included ripping out walls, drywall affected areas down to the studs. And so those areas have been closed off to the public, or were closed off to the public, I should say, during remediation. We now have opened the main hallway, although it's not usable per se. It's simply kind of a walk-through area to other areas that house animals. We've already started meetings to rebuild those areas that were affected and come up with functional improvements that should make the building last longer and be stronger and be able to house additional animals. The process should take probably 6 to 8 months, if not longer. We'll have to see. We're working hand in hand with Public Works. Jared, would you like to come up?
I don't necessarily have any additional comments, Madam Chair and Commissioners, just that we're excited to support Misha in this effort to get things put back together correctly and in a state that won't be so susceptible to degradation so quickly. That's all.
And I stand for any questions that you may have.
Vice Chair Olivas. And then Commissioner Quesada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked for this item on the agenda just to get an update on this and kind of get an idea of what happened and where we're going. Really appreciate you both being here and telling us a little more about this. I guess my first question is just, do we have any idea of why this happened?
Well, I think it's a combination of things, really. Shelter buildings are very difficult buildings to build in the first place. They use an extensive amount of water, various types of chemicals that are really harsh, from sanitizing and disinfecting chemicals to bleach. And those can be very harsh on the materials that are used in buildings. And so we hope that, we're into it a while down the road here. Maybe there's some new materials that we can use now. We are going to reach out to some national folks, experts in shelter buildings, and see if they have any ideas for us. But we'll be working hand in hand to come up with the best possible solutions that we can.
So if I can follow up on that, it sounds like you're committed to, at least where possible, trying to rebuild with something that's more durable or less susceptible to mold and other degradation.
Yes, exactly. We're also looking at the humidity and condensation levels within the building to try and alleviate some of that. Any kind of standing water can cause, condensation and therefore can lead to mold. And so we're looking at some solutions to that too.
Great. I'm really glad to hear that. And I mean, I think we have such a beautiful facility from the perspective of some of the others in the community, not to name names, but
don't do that.
It's very modern, lots of light, lots of space. But I realized that, from the first time I toured that, you were pointing out some of these challenges, and clearly some of them have come to head. I think this is my last question. Just wondering, as far, you mentioned timelines, but cost and funding source, I know we got a little bit of capital outlay last year. I believe we're asking for some more this year, but obviously this is more of an emergency situation. Can you comment at all on cost and funding?
I really can't at this time. We're trying to put together an actual cost and working very closely with Public Works to do so. We hope to have some kind of cost coming up in the next 30 days so that we can have some answers with regard to that. In terms of funding, we're going to be relying on the county manager's office and Shirley and others to see how we come up with that.
Thank you. I guess the last thing I would just say is, I'm looking forward to working with our new county manager and your team and the Public Works team to kind of continue the discussions about the master plan, so to speak, for the animal care facilities. That's an area I'm really passionate about, want to be as helpful as possible. And so, I hope that we can have an ongoing dialogue between the commission and management and your department about your facility, what's needed there. And we've also had discussions about satellite facilities and other really exciting opportunities for partnerships with other entities in the community, and just look forward to working with you on that. And thank you for this update.
Thank you very much. I do want to give a shout out to staff who really has done a great job in dealing with what we would call somewhat of a disaster, picking up the pieces and continuing to serve the public and our constituents in the way we always have. And they've done a really, really great job of doing that. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Casada.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate because, although it's a really great facility, I toured it rather recently. And just like Commissioner Olivas, I'm very passionate about animals and dogs and cats. But I'm hoping that once we are able to mitigate this, that this commission and Bernalillo County look at really trying to expand. It was kind of disheartened that you were giving up your office space to house pets. Because when I was here when we cut the ribbon and we were so excited about it, but I just didn't know the enormous job that you all do at that facility, and I'm pretty sure the general public doesn't know either. So I just want to kind of throw this out there for those of you who may be listening to this meeting or anybody out here in the audience. We need some pets adopted. We really need help on finding homes for a lot of the pets that are in our facility. I would suggest, and I know it's hard, I walked out without one because I already have 4, so don't judge me. And I know Misha was trying to get me to walk out with a 5th, telling me that she could get me a special use permit or something so I could have more pets. But I think that if you're thinking of a pet, or if there's a loved one or a kid who needs a dog or a puppy, please go get it at the shelter. Please go to our shelter and help us, because we're at a time right now that we really, really need the community to come together and help us with that facility. And that is to take some of the workload off of Misha and her staff and help us move that in the right direction as we try to build the right size now of facility as we move forward. So that's my pitch to the public. Please go adopt a pet.
And Commissioner, I want to thank you because you've been very much involved in the project from the beginning. I also want to thank you. We spayed and neutered, I think it was 274 or something like that, animals this past weekend. And that was because of you. And I have to tell you that person after person said, we are so thankful that you're doing this, so thankful that you're doing this. And we got a lot of pets spayed and neutered and prevented those litters. Thank you very much.
Such a great service. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work. So we move on to item 6, approval of the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, can you please provide resolution numbers for items 6D and 6H?
Yes, Madam Chair. For item 6D, it's FR 2024-140. And for 6H, FR 2024-141.
Thank you. The consent agenda has been published and made available to the public. Therefore, I move approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
And that passes. Thank you. We move on to adoption of ordinance, amendment to the county code. Madam Clerk, can you please issue an ordinance number for item 7A?
Yes, Madam Chair. Item 7A is ordinance 2024-23.
Thank you. Commissioner Quesada and Attorney Ken Martinez to present.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we brought this item forward, I pretty much made my arguments about, why I thought this was important and how important it is to, move forward in a new elected, position when you're elected in the office. I think tonight we saw and praised, elected officials who put a really good staff together from the get-go to be successful. And I think, and I still stand by that, that's important. And I just, did some kind of background stuff, and this was added into our ordinance because I think back in 2012, somebody appointed their bro or whatever, and things went bad, right? And so in retaliation, this was put into our ordinance so that wouldn't happen again. And I have heartburn about making decisions that way. I think if we look at this next administration that's coming up on the federal government, and I'm talking about MAGA looking at what they're going to do to undocumented people in this country, I'm going to use that as an example. And the way I'm going to use that as an example is we punish 100% of the people based on the actions of 1%. And I don't find that as good governance. I don't think that we should punish people who are elected of office who want to appoint their deputies to whoever that may be because of one particular person who either did it in the wrong way or did it in a shady manner. Again, why punish everybody based on the actions of a small amount of people? I don't think that's good governance. I don't support governments in that aspect. I think since then, people have done really well about how they move forward. I have concerns about what the sheriff can do. I have concerns about what the assessor can do. I have concerns about what the county clerk can do. And appointing and making sure that we have the best people. And if it happened to be somebody who has just left Bernalillo County or at any of those positions, I think that makes them stronger, not weaker. And for us to make that decision for them is hard. So with that being said, I asked Ken to even create a amendment that would say, to exclude county commissioners. So we're not looking like we're trying to do this for ourselves because that's not who I'm doing it for. I don't mind, and I think most commissioners wouldn't mind the year cooling off period. But I think some of these other elected officials who have to put, because we just bring in our own personal staff. They have to put deputies together and they have to do the work of the county at a different level than what we do. And so I don't have a problem excluding us from this. But I think they should have the right to appoint whomever they feel is going to do the job that needs to be done for Bernalillo County. And I'll just stick with that argument, and hopefully that is something that you might consider as we move forward. Ken, do you have anything more to add to that?
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, members of the Commission, Madam Chair. That's correct, and this was published for 30 days and comes back to us now after that period of publication. We did a sweep of all county codes and ordinances to see if anyone else had a cooling off period. To the best of our ability to find it, it was 3 counties, Bernalillo County first, and then Sandoval County, and then Doña Ana County. Doña Ana County has just recently enacted basically a mirror copy of our code of conduct. So they haven't looked at this issue, but we found that in Sandoval, they had added this additional sentence that the commissioner would like to add by this amendment that would allow the county-wide electeds to hire their deputies. There is some opinions out there in that regard, and I think I shared it with most of you, that the Attorney General was asked this question by a state representative from McKinley County, and the question presented one, and it's August 14th, 2024, opinion number 2024-08, who is responsible for hiring and supervision of deputy and other employees of the county treasurer's office? And the answer is the county treasurer and other elected county officers have exclusive statutory authority to hire and supervise deputies and other employees. So there's some language out there that leans towards this ability to hire your own deputies. And if you look at the language that we want to put in there, it says as provided by law. They're probably referring to as provided by law, the state statute that allows them to do that. And just to add one more thing, at the time that the county-wide electeds are sworn in, their deputies are sworn in along with them. So I think that's where the Sandoval County language came from, so we were asked to take a look at that. I did visit with Commissioner Quesada about any amendments to clarify it. If we wanted to tighten it just a wee bit, we would just add the words county-wide in front of the words elected officials. So say county-wide elected officials shall be able to appoint their deputies. And that would tighten it up, and it would take out district elected officials, which are county commissioners. But I'm here to answer any questions that the commission may have. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Commissioner Benson and then Vice Chair Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the way I see it, trying to understand the issue and why the Attorney General did give a statement in favor of this position. Here's the example I've given, and Commissioner Quesada, I'll use you as my example because I know that you have no intention of staying in government next year. But if Commissioner Quesada, he's been involved in his community, he was involved in gang prevention before he was elected commissioner, but he's really learned to understand the community. He's worked well with the sheriff's department. Let's say the sheriff, newly elected, is trying to build his staff, and he says, you know what, Commissioner Quesada would be perfect in the South Valley working with our gang units. The way it's written now, the sheriff wouldn't be able to do that unless he's willing to hold off for a year and then bring Commissioner Quesada on. Well, you're hamstringing your sheriff at that point, and Commissioner Quesada can kill time for a year and then do the job. So eventually he would be able to fill that role. But really, this is a way to give freedom and flexibility to the elected office, who the people have chosen, to build the staff that he thinks will represent the people that have put him in office the best. So that's why I support it. And again, I'll get you off the hook, Commissioner Quesada. This is not about him. He's the example. But that's kind of how I've kind of processed it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start by saying, reading a section from our Code of Conduct, which I'm going to refer to a couple of times tonight. But the responsibility of public office, the first sentence reads, public servants hold office, employment, or volunteer for the benefit of the public. That's who we serve, not ourselves. Secondly, I want to say that I think we're getting an incomplete picture. I'm a little disappointed on the read that we just had of the AG's opinion because it leaves out the second half of the paragraph, which reads after, I'll read the whole thing so that it's true to what the AG said. The county treasurer and other elected county officers have exclusive statutory authority to hire and supervise deputies and other employees in their offices. A merit system or other similar personnel policy adopted by the county commission governing the hours, leave time, and other working conditions for county employees may be applied to county treasurer's office as long as it does not improperly infringe upon the treasurer's ability to perform the duties of the office. So that does not say that we have no authority to regulate this hiring. It actually says, I believe it says, that we have the authority to do exactly what we're doing, which is good government. To say that the largest county in the state with, as Madam Treasurer Bierce eloquently stated, we have a Tier 1 research university, we have public schools, private schools, charter schools. We have no shortage of individuals that want to jump into government and serve, that possess the skills that we need, that our various elected officials need. And so we're talking about a very narrow slice of elected officials at any one time. So in the next year, we're talking about 3 people that this excludes from that service pool because of their service in county government, which we all volunteered for, right? Those elected officials volunteered for that. And when you volunteer, you're expected to understand and know what's in this code of conduct. So to me, it's also, in this case, we're changing the rules after the game has already started, in this case. If we are saying that this will retroactively apply to officials who have already served under this code. Again, I don't believe that we have a shortage of talented individuals. We are not supposed to be here to benefit ourselves. We're here to serve the public. And I don't believe there's anything in this prohibition on service that tampers with that. What it does is it ensures that there's no undue influence, there's no favoritism, there's no influence trading and favor trading. Because even the appearance of those things, just the appearance, even if they're not actually happening in fact, reflects poorly on the entire institution we serve. And we know that all it takes is one incident, real or perceived, to erode sometimes decades of trust and work in the community that we strive to build in this institution we serve. And I'm not saying that this change is absolutely going to do that. But why would we risk decades of work, all of our service, our efforts to this institution to carve out such a narrow exception that benefits the few and the powerful in our organization, not even in our community, right? It's literally within this organization, people that already have power and influence. I believe that we all signed up for this, we volunteered for these jobs, and if we can't live with 1 year sitting out, then don't volunteer for the job in the first place, because it was already stated in this code of conduct before any of us started, before any of the elected officials that are on their way out. This was known. And so I believe that that's, my position. It really hasn't changed from last time. And then the last thing I want to do is ask a couple of questions. Maybe it's of the county attorney or others. With the code of conduct, when we seek to change this, is there any expanded threshold for votes, or is this a simple majority, or is this a supermajority required?
That's a good question. I think it's just a simple majority at this time, but I can look that up for you.
Okay. And then my second question would be, if we choose to make an amendment, Commissioner Barbeau and I have dealt with this when we were crafting our behavioral health ordinance. I've seen many other ordinances come before us. When we amend an ordinance, because this is a public hearing, we have always deferred those ordinances for an additional 30-day time period to ensure that the public, again, has the opportunity to understand that change and give further comment and opportunity. So I believe, there's not a motion on the floor, but I believe if that's the route we go to amend this, I believe strongly that it needs to be deferred for an additional 30-day comment period. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And just one statement first, that I neglected to mention that we are now convening a public hearing, and I am to ask if there is anyone to speak in the public, and then we will go on to Commissioner Quesada. Has anybody signed up to speak on this, Julianne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's no signups for this.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Quesada and then Commissioner Benson.
So although I do, always want to give people opportunities and other opportunities, and I believe that's something that I've always kind of backed up. But the one thing that I think is different here when you are surrounding with people, I think it's even bigger than people who are qualified or people who even have experience. But I think for people who sit in public office, that you have to be able to trust. And trust is something that is not taught at the university or at the great schools. Trust is something that you have earned while you work with people, and it takes years to do that. And sometimes it's not really about that, but it's about the people that you surround, that you trust. And the reason why that's super important to me is because of that's why I was super successful, because those two individuals sitting out there that worked in my office, I could 100% trust them. And trust is something that is not taught, and it is something that should be considered when you are appointing deputies to run a county office that all of them are super, extremely important. We celebrated them tonight about how important our finances are and how important our elections are, and they are. That has not changed from then to now. And so I will still stand by, there's certain things that you want to put in place to be successful, and I'm hoping that we allow them to do that from day one, not a year from now, but from day one. And I do understand that we do volunteer to do this, but we volunteer because we want to do it better than the person who did it before us. And the only way to do that is surround yourself with better people to do that with. So that's my stance on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Benson and Commissioner Barboa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, Commissioner Olivas made some good points, but I feel like the cart is kind of in front of the horse in terms of the three people who would benefit. Because this doesn't allow somebody to force themselves to be hired. If that was the case, then yeah, somebody who accepted this role, knew that it was term limited, knew that there was no county employment afterwards, then it's over. This doesn't change that. This is giving the authority to the elected, who was elected by the public, who would have a position, and not just the three who've left office right now. This would go into effect in Bernalillo County, the way the vast majority of the counties in New Mexico operate, so that if a county elected, countywide elected, not a county commissioner, countywide elected, who was elected by the majority of their citizens, felt that to build the staff they needed required a certain team, this would give them the authority to do it, whether they had worked for the county or not. The way it stands now, that person would have to wait for a year and then hire that person and then give the public what they hope what that elected is responsible to build. And then if the public does not approve, then they're up for a re-election and they may not get elected. So this is really about giving autonomy to the elected, not giving power to the county employee who's no longer there. I just want to clarify that, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Barboa.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not sure how much, so I did, I thought I had asked for countywide, and I know you mentioned, for countywide to be, are you saying that would have to be amended now into the ordinance? Or is it present right now?
It would be an additional amendment. And then to answer the previous question, Code of Conduct, Section G says, Code of Conduct shall only be amended by a supermajority vote consisting of 4 of the 5 Board of County Commission members. I wanted to answer that question.
So we do, yeah, please repeat that. So we do need a supermajority to pass this amendment to the Code of Conduct.
The words say the Code of, and it's subsection G, adoption and amendment to the County Code of Conduct. The Code of Conduct shall only be amended by a supermajority vote consisting of 4 of the 5. So it's almost a little different from a supermajority. It's all members.
4 of the 5.
And the rules say unless it provides for a supermajority, then it's just a simple majority. But the question answered is 4 out of 5.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
I'm sorry, I have bad hearing.
Yeah, let me say it again. Our rules say it's a majority unless a supermajority is required specifically in the Code of Conduct. Subsection G, there's a requirement for 4 out of 5 votes.
For this to pass tonight, there will have to be 4 out of the 5
to
votes.
amend the Code of Conduct. Number one, and to answer your first question, the words countywide have not been amended in, so if you would like to amend those in, we'd have to do that amendment.
Okay. So as I look at the change, what would you say in some is that I do see a red line and then and it's a really short, the county shall not enter into any arrangement or agreement for remuneration or consultant work, part-time or full-time employment in any capacity with elected officials for a period of 12 months from and after the elected official has left. Elected officials shall be able to appoint their deputies as he or she chooses and as provided by statute. So we didn't make much changes to the original, which was actually one sentence left.
That is correct, Madam Chair and Commissioner. And the only change, if we would like to clarify that it's only the countywide electeds, you would take the last sentence that begins with the word elected. It's the last sentence. So the elected officials shall be able to appoint their deputies as he or she chooses and as provided by statute. You would just add the words countywide elected officials to distinguish between countywide electeds and district electeds. And I hope I'm answering that question correctly.
Madam Chair, I have a point of order.
Yes, Vice Chair?
Based on the information that we just learned, then the original passage of this, I believe, was on a 3-2 vote, which would mean that it did not pass the original hearing. Publication, sorry.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
So the
Ms. Balka?
the Commissioner, Vice Chair Olivas, to answer your question, at the October 22nd meeting, the motion before the board was for introduction and publication only, not for consideration of adoption. So it is to change the code would require the supermajority, not the initial publication, because that is a normal course of business.
Thank you for that clarification, Julia.
So, I mean, I am not, I don't get excited about trying to pull back any ethical things and I think a cooling off period is important. And I had asked maybe just to see, I don't know that it really changes my vote or not, or I don't, to make sure that this said countywide. Would that be a friendly amendment to add countywide elected officials? Okay, I so move to amend this. Can I do that? We haven't.
Second. And I have a question, Madam Chair.
So the amendment is to add countywide to the second sentence. It's been moved and seconded.
Yes, before elected officials.
Okay. And Commissioner Benson, you had a clarification?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, this is for County Attorney. Since the Attorney General has opined on this, what would be our legal risk if we do not have a supermajority tonight and we're not in compliance with the position of the Attorney General? What would be our risk as a county?
I think it's, and I think both readings are fair. And I think Vice Chair's reading of it is also a fair reading. And it's not unusual in the law that you can have two opinions, and then it becomes down to the policymakers what the opinion is. I think the only risk I would see.
Can you speak into your mic? I'm sorry, we can't hear you down here.
Yeah, and I'm trying to look at you guys when I speak, but I think the only risk would be a finding of one direction or the other. And I think the state statute is 10-1-13. And it says each county officer shall appoint a deputy or clerk as allowed by law. That's kind of magic language, as allowed by law. And so when they're talking about as allowed by law, are they talking about federal, state, or local law, right? And it's possible, and I think as Commissioner Oliva said, that would also work into it, local law, which could be Bernalillo County law. But I also think that, and I wasn't trying to be, not reading the whole thing, I didn't mean to try to not show that, but I'll read it again. That additional language would be whether or not it appears as, and let me read it out loud. I think there's a valid points on both directions. But the second language says a merit system or similar personnel policy adopted by County Commission governing the hours, leave time, and other working conditions for county employees may be applied to the county treasurer's office as long as it does not improperly infringe upon the treasurer's ability to perform the duties of the office. So the question then becomes on that second sentence, and it's to point it out, there is a merit system, and we've had these debates before, like, okay, you hire, but we set the salary. Or you hire, we set the hours. You hire, we set the benefits, right? So that's clear in this. And then the question then becomes, governing hours, leave time, or other working conditions. I mean, there would be a question, is other working conditions the 1 year cooling off, yes or no? I think a court or someone would have to opine that. And then the other question would become, does it improperly infringe upon the treasurer's ability to perform the duties of the office? So then you could have the next argument would be the treasurer saying, I get to pick, you can do the hours and conditions, but if you tell me I can't pick this person for a year, it's infringing upon my ability. So it would end up having to go to a decision maker. Once you guys make a decision, there's a possibility it would go to a second decision maker, which could be one of the courts.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
One quick follow-up on that, Mr. County Attorney. So in our code of conduct, an elected official cannot appoint, say, a brother or, someone who's related to them or something like that. And we have that kind of special statement understood. Is that correct? I mean,
yes.
And so it allows for the governing body to put parameters on who can be hired for. It's not anybody.
Those are all great questions, and there would have to be a determination. The first determination would be up to this body.
Yeah, right. And last question that I have on this is that, to me, the concern that Commissioner Barboa mentioned is that the new language is we state that an elected official cannot, has to have that 12-month cooling off period. But then we state in the second sentence, which doesn't exist currently, an exception to that. So to me, that's a little bit confusing when I first read it. And so that there is some confusion in the language that we're considering here, which is why I try to get this to be vetted by our Code of Conduct Board, but wasn't successful at our last meeting. So I just wanted to point that out. But Commissioner Barboa had the floor on that.
Yeah, and I mean, for those points exactly is why would county-wide helps, distinguish. And I thought it was 5 offices, so maybe I'm not as informed as I thought I was. But I thought there was 5 county-wide elected offices.
You're correct.
Okay, and then our, that point to countywide, for me, it's a bigger strain. I know when I entered office, I definitely didn't, I felt like I had to have a team that I trust. I had to have people that I could rely on and that wouldn't be in the fray of everything else. So I can hear that piece about, being able to have a trusted team. And I know we're big enough in New Mexico that hopefully you could find a team outside of just the 5 people that are, or the few people that are elected. So, yeah, I'm still but with that, so I did move, and I believe it was seconded. Maybe.
So we'll call the question on the amendment first, then adding countywide to differentiate that excludes county commissioners from being.
Any other elected I mean, I guess we don't run any other elected office. No, those 5.
So,
Madam Chair?
Yes, we're in discussion on the amendment.
Yes, this is a discussion on the amendment. I just think that while I appreciate the intent of it, I think, to your point, Madam Chair, this will be a paragraph with a rule that says we shall not enter into an employment agreement or any remuneration for consultant work or part-time or full-time employment with an elected official for a 12-month period unless it is by a deputy, but not if they're a county commissioner. Governing by exception, and in this case, 2 exceptions, I just think is a bad idea, and I can't support that.
Madam Chair.
Pleasure.
Actually, I do like the language, thank you, because what it says is that Bernalillo County then wouldn't, as an organization, hire a former elected, and then they're hidden in the, staff hierarchy, this separates out the elected, who is a different employee of Bernalillo County. Yes, their W-2 comes from Bernalillo County. Their W-2 is a tax form, shows your wages. So that comes from Bernalillo County, but they report directly to their constituents, not to a management staff. And so that's where the elegance of this this amendment comes in, which I think is appropriate. And by saying that county commissioners are not available, again, it's the nuance, so that it is specific, because we're not a county-wide position. So I support this.
So, well, I guess I'll say this. I believe that the current code of conduct, as written, has a 12-month cooling off period for a reason. And Commissioner Quesada, actually, you stated that 12 years ago, somebody wanted to hire their bro, as you said it. So the commission at the time felt that that was an important amendment to place in our code of conduct. I agree with that. As a matter of fact, I've received, I think many of you have, many emails talking about the importance of that because, you know, as an elected official, we have a finite term, and after that term ends, the term ends, which is this 1-year cooling off period kicks in. Some people use a little more strong language and say that there is a revolving door and we shouldn't allow that. You know, that's starting to editorialize, you know, and criticize, but what's at stake here is the trust of our constituencies, and I don't feel like changing the code of conduct in this manner with a specific single amendment is appropriate. I feel that the code of conduct is there for a reason. The board of the code of conduct is there and should be vetting these. As a matter of fact, they are considering many updates to the larger code of conduct as we speak. We'll be bringing them up next year. So although I understand what you're doing with this amendment, because I do think that we should be clear on this if it was to be enacted, that this does not include county commissioners. There's no way, shape, or form in my mind that a county commissioner should be brought back on immediately after their term ends because we have that power and authority over budget, et cetera. So that makes it better, but I still cannot vote for the full single amendment. I don't feel that it is it's not good public policy, and so I'll be voting against the larger one. But Commissioner Quesada.
So, I think that they originally overstepped their bounds by putting that originally into the code of conduct. So my question is to our lawyer, if I was just recently elected as the treasurer or the county clerk or the sheriff, would I have legal precedence to hire anybody who I wanted anyway and then take you to court? And I think because it would, I believe I would win that case. I believe that would be a winnable case based on the original putting that into the code of conduct based on one person's action, and that you know, most counties, majority of counties do not have this in their code of conduct. And the only state rule on this is for elected officials not to become lobbyists, but not employees of whomever, right? The only thing is specific to lobbyists, so I don't believe that particular rule applies to this. And so I just want to know that if we don't move this forward and clean it up, Mr. Attorney, what would be the legalities of that?
Thank you, Commissioner. It's a very good question, and I really appreciate the debate from all of you. And Madam Chair, if a countywide elected, say the treasurer, because the AG opinion is dealing with the treasurer, and it's a McKinley County question, The treasurer could say, well, I have an AG opinion that says I can do it. AG opinions are persuasive, but not necessarily a decision like a case law. But the AG opinion does cite statute, and the statute that we talked about, and we kind of already read it into the record here, says that they appoint their deputies. And interestingly enough, those deputies then have to be sworn on day one, like January 1, and also those deputies a bond has to be posted on their behalf. And then the third thing that's interesting is that they are part of a succession plan in the event of the death of a countywide elected, so that they would stay in place until the elected person is replaced through the regular channels. So it's just a really interesting place in the law that you have these deputies and what they are. So you would have, I think, in either event, in other words, we had this statute and it was never attacked. And you don't know it, I'd say attacked, but never challenged. And we never had any kind of review on it because I think the question was never presented. But Sandoval County had enacted a similar statute, and there was only two, Bernalillo County and Sandoval County. But when they enacted theirs, they also put in that as provided by law. Countywide electeds, well, electeds can choose their deputies, looking at that state statute. So the state statute says yes. The questions then become, is it a reasonable for the county to have built into their ability to manage the hires, no matter who's hiring them, they're county employees? Can they manage those hires with reasonable restrictions, time, duty, benefits? Those questions, I think, have already been presented. In the case that people refer to, talking about the relationship between the county commission and the treasurer is Padilla, which comes out of Bernalillo County, which is interesting. And a lot of the stuff we talked about, in there. So, but the specific question about the hire and the limitations of hire has not been, I haven't found a case on it. So it's still an open question. It's a very good question.
It's an open question, but
so Matt-
that was decided 12 years ago, is that right? Are we using the right language? Excuse me, sorry.
I'm not sure I could get
2012.
the Padilla case.
Go ahead, Mr.
So, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Realistically, I'm not trying to die on this hill. This really isn't my battle. So I'll kind of, stick to what I believe is the right thing to do. And, however the will of this commission goes, I think it's up to those elected officials to fight for their rights. We're not here to fight for their rights. I was just here to try to clean something up so they didn't have to go through that process. But I'll just say this publicly, if there's elected officials coming into office, I think you should appoint your deputies and then figure out your way through the forest as you look at the beautiful tree in front of you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Benson.
Oh, one last kind of comment on top of that is that really potentially who would suffer in this is the elected official and by their logic of wanting to appoint, then their constituents. The person who's being hired, they can go run for another office, and that happens all the time in New Mexico. Yeah. So you have city councilors who then become county commissioners, become state senators, and there's never a break because there's no law. And I'm a huge fan of term limits. The fact that county commission has 2 term limits, I think is a great idea. This state legislature, we should think about doing the same thing. But that's a different conversation. Really, what this does, it hamstrings the newly elected official from doing what they would like to do for the community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I'd call the question.
The question has been called on the amendment to add the language countywide to the second sentence of the
Yes.
motion before us.
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry, let me call it. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. That's 3. Those against?
No.
No. So that passes. So
Does
now,
it not pass?
no,
Yeah, I think the amendment passes.
the amendment passes. We go to the question now. Now this will, any further discussion on this item? I think we've.
Just to answer the questions, because I don't want to leave any unanswered. Padilla was decided in 1990, so it's Board of County Commissioners versus Padilla 1990 and MCA.
Oh, even longer. So
Yeah.
1990, and it hasn't been challenged. So I don't know that there's a
NMCA
problem.
-125. I just wanted to give you that.
What was the citation again?
1990-NMCA-125. The actual legal site is 111 New Mexico 278.
So no further discussion. All those in favor of this change to the code of conduct?
Aye.
Raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's three. All those opposed?
No.
No. So that fails.
Based on our discussion and our
Based on
review of the
discussion
code of conduct language, it would require
Requiring
four
four.
out of the 5 votes. So it would be noted as failing.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, I appreciate the discussion.
We move on to 7B, Finance. Notice of intent to adopt an ordinance authorizing the issuance of sale of Bernalillo County, New Mexico General Obligation Bonds. Denise Benavides.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Denise Benavides. I'm the Principal Financial Analyst for the Finance Division. The Finance Division is recommending the approval of the Notice of Intent to adopt an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of the Bernalillo County, New Mexico General Obligation Bond Series 2025 in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $31,630,000. This amount is made up of $16,575,000 of the remaining 22 voter authorization and $15,055,000 from the 2024 authorization. Proceeds from the sale will be used for roads, storm drain, parks and recreation, public safety, public housing, library, facility improvements, and fleet. Property tax revenue projections are adequate to fund the sale with no increase to the bond debt service rate, which is currently at 1.264. The county plans to bring forth an agenda item for final adoption of the ordinance at the January 28, 2025 administrative meeting. Interest rates on the bonds will be determined via competitive sale process. Bids will be scheduled through the Grant Street Auction electronic website on or after February 25th, 2025, and final interest rates will be provided to the County Commission in March. And I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Benavides. Any questions? Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
Thank you for your good work.
Thank you.
We move on to item 8, adoption of resolutions. Madam Clerk, please provide resolution numbers for the items listed under 8, if you will.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. For item 8A, AR 2024-142. 8B is AR 2024-143. 8C is AR 2024-144. 8D is AR 2024-145. 8E is AR 2024-146. And 8F is AR 2024-147.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we move to the top, support of county participation in the Infrastructure and Local Government Services Advisory Committee.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Madam
Casado.
Chair.
Thank you. Had to be on the next.
So, as one of my departing gifts to you all, I just wanted to, I wish Councilor Pena was here. The reason why I'm bringing this forward is that we were very successful at really putting in some of the infrastructure that had been needed in the district that we both represent. But there's always pockets where it's like kind of county and city and so we've really had to really navigate that, me and her, and we just thought it would be stronger if we could pull the county and the city together and create a committee so they're looking at these areas without us having to really, in other words, make it more streamlined for staff and make a connection better with the city to look at these pockets, whether it's in my district or Commissioner Barboa, I think has pieces of that as well. And I'm pretty sure Commissioner Olivas and Benson do as well. And so sometimes it's really hard to navigate that. And people go, well, it's your responsibility, you. And we kind of got tired of the you thing and decided that this would make that kind of relationship stronger, so that as we come together as different government entities looking at how we're going to use our funds, and how we could focus on areas that are common city, county, what we call the patchwork areas, and be able to put the infrastructure there so, to improve the quality of life for those residents in those areas. So that was my idea, to do that, to follow. So Councilor Pena put it out first. It was passed by the city, so you all know. And so we're just following suit. I've always waited for the city to say yes, because it's kind of hard for us to say yes and they say no. I think it's stronger for me for them to say yes, and then if we say no, then I tried.
Is that a motion?
I have a motion for approval, Madam Chair.
I will second that. I did speak to Councilor Pena about this yesterday. I agree with you. You left out the North Valley, which is truly a mosaic of city-county boundaries doing this, with county on one side of a street with a problem, the city on the other side that owns that street with another issue. So I'm always in favor of doing more work collaboratively with our counterparts. And further, the city's resolution adds a MAFCA and MRGCD to the table. So I think that this is a good idea.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Barboa, and then Commissioner Olivas.
I just want to make sure I understand, does this create like a task force or a board or something?
It's more of a, it's not really a board per se. Yeah, I would use the word task force, where they're, I think on a regular basis meeting to look at these particular areas of interest.
And if I may, we asked that question in prep this morning, and Director or DCM, sorry, it's getting late. Elias Archuleta indicated that we will be available as invited on specific projects, but it really is to improve communication.
Yes.
If you wanted to address that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Quesada. Yeah, so we, as explained this morning, we do have a number of ongoing, like regular meetings scheduled up at various staff levels. What this does is that adds another level, so if things are not working there, it could be elevated. It also provides another opportunity for some of these to be proactively addressed versus on a case-by-case basis. And I know, between Madam Chair, your district, and Commissioner Quesada, we had a few of those successfully done over the past year, but they came up as complaints came, rather than trying to hit this proactively before they become an issue.
Oh, follow up.
Yeah, just to say, I just want to say, my district is fully inside the incorporated area. I hope this also, or maybe this is a question, yes, the collaboration is obviously needed, because anything we do, whether it's from an alleyway or we want to clean up East Central and put dollars to that, around every corner, I'm told I can't because my district is. And so would this create an opportunity for those? I feel like y'all already try and huddle, but you're saying this might mean that then electeds could get involved, and or we can name this ahead of time that it's going to need. And I'm really glad that they passed it, because I kept thinking, well, if we pass it and they still don't want to meet with us.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Barbeau, that's exactly what we're thinking with this one, because the East Central was a perfect example of that. It was one that kind of just kept getting brushed off on the city priorities, and we, through your pushing, through the county's pushing, that's when it was trying to get elevated. And you're well aware, we actually took that on and did a study because the city didn't have it as a priority, and now we have that done. We're moving forward with that, but we got their attention finally. And that's kind of what we're looking for. We don't want to have to push to get their attention.
Commissioner Olivas and Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Quesada, I just want to say thank you for working on this, and to Councilor Pena, even though she's not here. I read a little bit about what she's trying to do, what we're trying to do now, joining arms, and I think this is a good thing. This is how government ought to work. Work proactively to solve these problems, and I know that our team is ready to do that and already doing that as much as they can, but this just formalizes the process a little bit and cleans it up, so I think it's a good thing.
Thank you. Commissioner Benson.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, well done, Commissioner Quesada. This does formalize it to highlight Commissioner Olivas's language, because we're already doing it. And Elias, you've taken many calls from myself and constituents for the same issue that you were just talking about, Madam Chair, where the county, like Holbrook, great example, where I've had city constituents reach out to me, then I've got to reach out to you. You and I reach out to the city councilor. They bring in, so it's already happening, but this will hopefully streamline it, clean it up quite a bit. And then if we can get the state in on this, it'd be even better. One of the most impressive things I saw you do was when you streamlined the stoplights along Paseo, because that's county stoplights, city stoplights, and state stoplights. And you were able to synchronize them so it was one smooth line of traffic.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson, but I can't take any credit for that. That was Antonio and Afshin.
Oh, of course, Antonio. He's the other one I'm always hounding.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call the vote. All those in favor say yes.
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 That passes. Thank you. Item B, Capital Improvement Program, Bernalillo County Legislative Priorities for 2025 New Mexico Legislature. This was sponsored by Vice Chair Olivas and Commissioner Barboa. What is your pleasure? Do you want a presentation? Do you want to tee it off? I will leave it to you.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Madam Chair, and I really thank you, Commissioner Olivas and Director Kathy Court, who helped us prepare these 2025 legislative priorities. Now, reminder that we've already passed our capital outlay legislative priorities, and these are our policy priorities. So the one part I would like is that we did sort of name, one of my questions when we were looking at this was like, what is this purpose? Oftentimes legislation changes so much. How much are we watching it? How much can we say we support something when it may change? So we talked about, Commissioner Olivas and I, really naming a purpose to why we would put forward legislative priorities so that the legislators know our intent in it. And I think that, for me, that's included in this resolution, but also just that, you know, we're talking about the way we think about what could make the county better that includes statewide policies, right, that might be able to impact the county in a way we know to be positive for us. And then last, I'll just say, I'll let Commissioner Olivas take some time, is that I'm really proud of, and they're named under here around sort of healthcare, but I really see them as public health and safety bills, right? The diversion courts, the workforce reentry for second chance employment for folks upon reentering from incarceration, the district courthouse legislation, and then the housing waiver for substance use disorder. You heard a couple of people talk about it in public comment. Community members have been working on this. I really feel like we have a bulk of great resources in our community. What we're lacking is housing, and how long can somebody sustain a treatment recovery plan if they don't have a shelter over their head? So I think those are the pieces I'm probably most proud of in the outpatient treatment standards, but I think we put together a good list here, and I don't know, I'll let Commissioner Olivas take a minute, and then if we want to hear from Director Court.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If it's the will of the commission, I'm okay with Ms. Kathy Court, if you want to speak briefly, and then I'll say my piece.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Vice Chair Olivas. Really not a whole lot to add. I think this was a very good collaborative effort. Staff provided the initial input to all of you. I've been monitoring, as well as Dan Weeks, our county lobbyist, has been monitoring the interim legislative committee meetings. And something I would like to point out is so important to us as a county as a whole is the amendments to the state constitution that would allow the legislature to actually appropriate funding to nonprofit organizations that are providing services to the communities across New Mexico. and the enabling legislation that would put that role of overseeing such appropriations onto the Department of Finance and Administration. There was some discussion about that item today in the Legislative Finance Council, and I will be following up with the Ethics Commission Executive Director just to kind of give them an overview of what we've been working on for 18 months and why this is really important to Bernalillo County especially, because we do serve as fiscal agent to so many nonprofit organizations and $21 million in capital outlay funds to date. So with that, I stand for any questions on any item in particular that's listed, but I appreciate Vice Chair Olivas and Commissioner Barboa and all the input that you have provided to the commission as a whole. And just a reminder, we did talk about this on October 22nd, so I appreciate all the input from that meeting as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Court, and to my co-sponsor. I think we have a really strong bill here. Very diverse as far as the areas it covers: public safety, behavioral health, water, recreation issues. You know, this really, I think, truly represents some really core priorities of the county, of this commission, of all the people that work on behalf of the citizens of our county. And, you know, that was, I think, a really wise idea from Commissioner Barboa that we needed to state a purpose at the outset. And this is really, you know, to summarize, to further the strategic goals of Bernalillo County and to benefit the entire state. Because as Ms. Court highlighted on that last issue, just that one in particular, there are other counties dealing with these issues. There's stuff in here about housing. We are not the only county dealing with housing. We're not the only county dealing with nonprofits. So these are truly county priorities with a statewide effect. And so I think that's why we think about this. And, you know, just to say this, you know, again, I think we have a really strong list, and important to note that some of our core partners in the region are not going to be submitting a legislative priority list on behalf of their full entity. So I think this speaks to the collaboration that we have here on the commission and with the staff, with the county manager, all of us working together and you know, trying to advocate for the things that we find important on behalf of our community. So I would like to move approval, and then I have an amendment I'd like to move.
Second.
And so I did distribute the amendment to everybody on the dais. Madam County Manager, I actually think I have one extra one here if it didn't make it to you. So these are to add 3 sections to the public safety and criminal justice section. I see I misspelled section, but I'll go ahead and read these into the record and then make a motion. These were done collaboratively with our sheriff, Sheriff John Allen. These were some items that he felt was really important to his ability to advance public safety in the county. So add under this section, felon with a firearm, support enhanced penalties for crimes committed involving a felon with a firearm. Children's Code, support updates to the Children's Code as outlined by the 2nd Judicial District Attorney. Youth crime, and specifically violent crime committed by youth, has increased substantially, and updates are needed to ensure the safety of the community and the rehabilitation of youth. And lastly, animal cruelty, support legislation to update animal cruelty statutes and enhance penalties for animal cruelty. This should include updates to the Family Violence Protection Act to include the abuse of animals in the definition of domestic violence and to allow animals to be included in protective orders. I make a motion to add these to our legislative priorities.
I'll second that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd be happy to answer any questions. I don't believe there's a representative from the sheriff's office here, but as I said, I did consult closely with the sheriff and his team, and tried to craft these in a way that they are broad enough to allow, you know, our lobbyists, our team, some ability to work with legislators and work through the process in Santa Fe without being too prescriptive. But that's, you know, an art, not a science. So I'm not saying we're there, but.
It's been moved and seconded on the amendment. Any discussion? Commissioner Barboa, then Commissioner Casada.
Yes, thank you so much. And I do thank for the work we were able to do together and know sometimes we're not gonna always agree. I just, two things, I feel like Representative Gail Chasey, who just retired, and a new person will be my new representative, Mariana Anaya, will be taking that seat. But I really felt, although she never officially mentored me, that being able to watch her move as my representative in the roundhouse, that she was very, and we've went through now with her as chair of judiciary, with her always being able to stop anytime new penalties have come across, new penalties or new criminal laws have come across our desk. Because she is well aware through her year and her tenure and working through this legislature, right, that when we increase penalties, when we make things, when we criminalize folks, that often has an undue burden on Black and brown folks, Black and brown men, particularly low-income families. And so I will stand in that light to not increase penalties. I believe that we should have alternatives to incarceration. And I want to say that I grew up at my teen years in the 90s when things were very similar today. I think everyone had a gun at every party I went to for high school. So many people were using a wide array of drugs. And I think, and the gun conversation happened then, and the gun conversation was happening now, and all of a sudden we're not hearing about guns because it's not a winning issue, right? We're not hearing about how we stop gun behavior, but we are talking about now increasing penalties for young people, increasing crimes and laws against folks, which I just don't believe creates the actual deterrent. We've seen it, we lived through it in the 90s, and it didn't increase that. What worked is communities come together and taking back their neighborhoods. What worked is having jobs available for folks and creating workforce solutions. What worked was treatment over incarceration. So I won't support these extra three, and I understand that all of our communities, my community, is suffering under crime and theft and all those things. I just can't support increased penalties in a system that really hasn't been able to deter those. Those are my 2 cents.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Casada.
There's no easy answers. There's in my tenure here, we do our best, and we hope for the best. And Commissioner Barboa makes valid points, but there's also valid points on the other side of that argument, which is, sometimes we have to make the choice of really what's going to make more people safe than less people feel safe. And she's right. It's where we grew up, or is where the people suffer. But that was back really when most crime was in our neighborhoods, and in Westgate, or in the West Side, or the South Valley, or South Broadway, or East San Jose. I can name you the places, because we're from here. We've known that. Well, it's everywhere now. It's not just in those neighborhoods. I know that for somebody to walk into Commissioner Benson's ice cream shop in the Heights with a gun to get a few dollars, what do we do, right? What do we do? So it's hard to make these decisions. It's hard to vote against your neighborhoods because you know that they are just as much of a victim as they are a criminal, right? Because they're both. And I learned that through the gang intervention programs that I did for many, many years. We judge people without knowing them. I'd have people come up to me and say, it's their parents' fault. And they say, really? Because they're both deceased. Or really? Because they're being raised by their grandparents. Or really? Because their parents are incarcerated. Those were a lot of the stories that I had to tell people as I protected children to try to get them on the right path. They made mistakes. They did. And I went and fought for them in court. I wasn't even their parent. But I'm gonna say this though, through that work, I saved all of them but one. They all grew up, became great members in our society. They were young, they were kids. So it's hard to figure out if we're doing the right thing, if that's the threshold we need to put in place. Because we all up here know that our jail is already at capacity. We're gonna have a hard time retaining, I think, those workers at the jail. If there's any federal funding tied to that jail, I'm concerned about what's gonna be coming down in this new administration. You know, talk about putting people in place that don't belong there. And I hate to say that publicly because I've never gotten involved in that, and you all know I haven't. But that concerns me about what kind of funding is going to come down to take care of the things that we know that we do on a local level. I won't be here to do that, but I have to make a decision tonight. And thank you for making it so darn difficult for me to do that. But that's the job I took, right? We talked about that earlier. I volunteered for this job. I ran for this office. So now, right now, I've got to make a decision on do I punish young people for being stupid and young? Because that's who most of this is going to affect. Or do I side with Commissioner Barboa and say there's another way? Because the problem with the other way, we haven't been very successful with the other way, not as much as we'd like to. So I just wanted to say my piece on that. I don't know where I'm going to go, Madam Chair, but I just wanted to say my piece that I'm in the middle like I always am. It's always a difficult place to be. I wished I had the resolve to really take a stand one way or the other, and I appreciate people who do. But I'm concerned for both parts of our community these days because it's a little different from when we were growing up, Commissioner Barboa, and I appreciate your stance on it because I do see it. I do see how it's going to affect how it's going to go the other way as well. So I just want the community to know that we're aware of it and that we're trying to do our best up here. Thank you,
I
Madam
will call on you in a moment. I'm going to take a personal privilege. I don't usually, I let the conversation go and end, but I feel really strongly that the way that these amendments are worded is very careful, which is why I will support them. There's going to be a debate up in Santa Fe about crime, about all of these items, and if we don't make some policy statement, then we won't be at the table. And I think this is what this does. So just to reiterate, the felon with a firearm, this is supporting enhanced penalties for crimes committed by a convicted felon with a firearm. That's a different thing than profiling black and brown people, in my mind. I think that's a very important difference. The Children's Code, we very clearly say support updates, and work with the Second Judicial District to ensure the safety of the community and the rehabilitation of youth. So we have that in there, and we will be very sure to make our lobbyists make sure they understand that we run the jail, we run the youth detention facility. Crime has gone up, but we also expect there to be language in there and funding for the rehabilitation of those youth. That's very important. And the animal cruelty one, I think I simply agree with. I think that as the Commissioner Olivas often says, if someone abuses animals, they also are often abusive of people. So that I think that you should look at the language here, and that's why I will support it. I think it's very carefully crafted. Thank you, and Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to thank Commissioner Barboa for your position in your heart. We graduated the same year in high school, and our buddies were always bragging about who got shot at more. I actually had two friends in Roswell who got killed by gunfire. But there's consequences for everything. So if you're the one shooting the gun, maybe the consequence is somebody else loses a life. And that's where I think we've veered so far to, help criminals who have been victims, to your point. Absolutely, absolutely. But but now there's loopholes that there's very few disincentives right now, at least in our community, for gun violence. Very few disincentives, and I think that's where the children's code comes from. I mean, the juveniles that are murdering people right now, I want to love them on them too. And I've had employees who bring guns to work. I fire them immediately, and then I pull them aside and start talking with them, tell them they're on the wrong path. Because, I mean, if they kill someone, they could end up in jail for the rest of their life. Either way, that family has lost somebody. And so I think we've got to look at the community as well, not just the criminals being victims of society, but also society being victims of the criminals. And that's why I think this language is very carefully worded and appropriate. We're in a desperate time right now. Crime is disgusting. I hate it. I hate walking around our city, going up and down Central, seeing all our businesses closed down. I hate it. My own stores, the costs, I don't even file police reports anymore. It's such a waste of time. I don't even file police reports. And if I do, I've got to do it myself online because they direct you to do it yourself. It's just silly. So we've got to do something. I think this is short, but it's a good start. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just wrap it up quickly here on the amendment. You know, I think Commissioner Barboa and I had such a wonderful debate, and I really enjoyed working on this with her. We came to a consensus on the things that, you know, we had 100% agreement on here in this. And, you know, I think it emphasizes incredible supports for the most vulnerable in our community. You know, and just to scan through it, you know, housing, that's a huge one for communities that are impacted by crime and that may be more prevalent to see criminal tendencies. Our community schools, behavioral health facilities, liquor excise tax, and as we get into the public safety section that's currently in here, diversion courts. That's huge to making sure that kid, that it's their first time with a gun, their first time offending, that we're giving them that second chance to reintegrate. Workforce development and reentry for second chance employment. Again, that's huge. You're that felon that got convicted. We want to make sure you have that second chance when you get out. This, you know, my strategy here is not lock them up and throw away the key. But to what Commissioner Benson said, there has to be a balance too, right? And that's what I hear in my community every day, in our community, is, you know, it seems that we're a little too far one way. I think we need to double down on that way, first off. And that's what the current list says, right? All those things, housing waiver for substance abuse and mental health, all these things double down on supports for vulnerable people, vulnerable populations, which often, though not always, may include those folks that are committing crimes. But we also have to have the stick when it's needed, right? And that is making sure that, you know, justice is served. And so when you see people running around with guns, you know, going to our local businesses, you see children committing heinous crimes over and over repeatedly out in the East Mountains, well, everywhere. We see animal cruelty all the time. You know, our sheriffs, our animal protection officers going into situations. And what I heard from the sheriff on that is oftentimes there is nothing they can do about that. That the animal cruelty statutes in the state are so weak that is very minimal, if any, ability for law enforcement to prosecute that and actually ensure that people get punishment for that. So I absolutely respect you, Commissioner Barboa. I hope you know that. I'm with you, and it's just about striking that balance. And I, you know, my feeling is it doesn't. We respectfully disagree, and I know that either way, we've got a lot of really important things in here.
I would just say I agree. I think we really loaded this up with all the things that are important and are within our county wheelhouse, and I'd love to have the conversation and debate. Thank you.
So, yes, Ms. Court.
May I add something to your discussion for consideration? Since we're talking amendments, there were 2 items that staff requested be part of this resolution. One involved I-40 trade port corridor, but really trade port corridors in general. We have a representative who will be seeking funding to help communities around the state that want to develop trade port corridors, including Bernalillo County. Adding it to the resolution would allow us to at least be part of those discussions at the state, because we've had those discussions in the interim during several committees in the interim. The second item is something that Chief Bettis has been very actively involved with the State Fire Council, and that's regarding PIRA retirement for emergency dispatchers. Apparently, they don't qualify under the same retirement plan as regular public safety, fire safety personnel, and he would really like the opportunity to at least engage in those discussions at the legislature, trying to push that change for emergency dispatchers. So I just wanted to raise those two items, completely up to this commission, but I just didn't want, I just thought I needed to say something on behalf of our staff. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so back to this amendment. Are you ready to call the question on the amendment? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Yes.
Those opposed?
No.
And the amendment passes 4-1. Now we go to the question, to the bill before us, which again, just briefly, because we're getting late, but I think that it is a well-rounded bill, and I wanted to thank the sponsors, Commissioner Barboa and Commissioner Olivas, for their hard work and with staff on that. And that's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Court. Thank you all. We move on to economic development. Marcos Gonzalez, we have 3. We'll start with item C, 8C.
Madam Chair and members of the Commission, the Economic Development staff requests approval for the amendment to extend the expiration date to the 2024-83 administrative resolution for the Casitas del Camino project for the purpose of rehabbing 42 existing public housing property units and the construction of 46 new affordable housing units, memorializing the commitment of the Upper Key Housing Authorities to maintain affordable units through the 33-year term of the project revenue bond. I'll stand for questions.
Any questions of Mr. Gonzalez? I move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Anything further? All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Item D.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, the Economic Development staff requests approval of the inducement resolution in connection with a proposed project located in Bernalillo County to construct, acquire, install equipment and other personal property for the 3D Glass Solutions Company. The expansion in a matter set forth in their project plan. The bonds would provide certain tax exemptions to defray part of the cost of the equipment. In 2018, the company was approved for a $25 million IRB to purchase equipment, and now this new IRB, $55 million, will help with their expansion and keep them here located in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Stand for questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Benson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, let's keep this company in New Mexico. I ask that you please pass this. It's a good company. Thank you.
Is that a motion to approve?
Yes, thank you. I make a motion.
And I'll
Second.
That's been seconded by Commissioner Quesada. And Commissioner Olivas stepped out of the room, but I believe we still have a quorum. We can call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that passes. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Item E.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, the Economic Development staff requests approval of the inducement resolution in connection with a proposed project located in Bernalillo County, New Mexico, for the purpose of a newly constructed multifamily development through the project site and operation as set forth in their project plan, providing for the conveyance of the proposed project party to the county for tax exemption. This project is being done with Chelsea Investment Corporation in connection with YES Housing, and will create 128 new affordable housing units in the county, and the term of this project revenue bond is for 30 years.
And I sponsored this, and you said 128?
Yes, Madam Chair.
128 new affordable housing units is music to our ears, and so I urge your support. I move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Item 8F, a housing program for multi-generational families or special needs family members. Commissioner Quesada.
I move for approval.
Second? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moving fast.
So you don't want to talk some more?
We go to item 9, drug and alcohol-free workplace. This is sponsored by Vice Chair Olivas, and he's stepped out of the room, so I think we're gonna take a little break. May? A little stretch?
Yeah,
Break.
I think we're good with it. Let's pass it. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
The sponsor's gotta be at the
I
table.
know, I-
Here he comes.
I know.
We're on your item, Vice Chair, on 9A, drug and alcohol-free workplace policy revisions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start out by recognizing some amazing people that we have in the organization. A huge credit to this organization, starting out with our county attorney, Ken Martinez, who worked closely with me and with all of our staff on this. We have from his office, he's been there from the beginning, Diego Trujillo in the back. He's been incredible to work with. He's just dove into every detail here and chased every lead to try to make sure that we got the best policy that will give us something really good. And then from our HR department, we have Mr. Don Hill, who we all know, and Lena Rudolph, our substance abuse coordinator, I think I have that right. It's just been a real incredible experience to work with them, hear their ideas, work together, put it back and forth, and come up with a policy that I think is a strong policy that meets the intent of the resolution that this commission passed at our last meeting to, essentially liberalize cannabis use policy here at the county, off-duty use, while still maintaining a zero tolerance, drug-free workplace policy. So crafting that thoughtful middle ground, I think, that ensures that employees know that they're expected to be alert, they're expected to be safe. That is number one when we're dealing with the public and the risks and the jobs that our employees do every day. But also recognizing that our employees, we also need to trust our employees and that they have free will and they have liberty on their time off and the things that they seek to enjoy, whether they like hiking or they like having a beer or they want to use cannabis. And particularly, I think, for our public safety folks, fire, perhaps our emergency dispatch, these are folks that are seeing and hearing a lot of traumatic things, right? They're experiencing things that most of us don't experience once in a lifetime, and they're dealing with it maybe day in, day out. And so this allows them to, working with their physicians, working with whoever they seek medical care from, to find the best alternative, the best medicine for them to treat any conditions or any traumatic events that they're dealing with. So I think that we have gotten to a really good place. I absolutely want to give an opportunity to Mr. Hill or Ms. Rudolph if you have anything you want to say, or Mr. Trujillo. And of course, I think they're here to answer any questions that any of the commission may have about this policy and where it takes us. But to summarize, I think that what we did honors the intent of the resolution last time and puts us in a place where HR staff will be able to carry this out effectively and honoring the intent of the commission while still keeping our staff and the public safe and ensuring that this remains a drug-free workplace. So with that, I'll make a motion for approval.
I'll second. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Commissioner Barbola? No?
No, I love it. Thank you, Commissioner Olivas, for taking the charge. I definitely was, I think this is so important for, especially for the medical cannabis use that, yeah, so I'm just thankful.
I would second that. I think that it's very important to hear from our firefighters and the fact that medical cannabis, and recreational cannabis can be used for PTSD, and it is a helpful legal substance. And so we needed to update our rules and regulations on that, and I think that this does that. Commissioner Quesada, do you have a?
I agree with this, and I think it's high time. That was a joke.
High time.
I had to end with something, people.
Yep. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. Thank you for all your work, Commissioner
Thank you.
Olivas. We move on to 9A, County Manager, the constitutional amendment for elected officials' salaries. County Manager will give us a presentation to start with.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and Commissioners. In the November 2024 general election, voters passed Constitutional Amendment 4. This amendment transfers the responsibility of setting salaries for county officials from the state legislature to the Board of County Commissioners. In anticipation of the amendment's passage, our Human Resources Department conducted a comprehensive market analysis that began in mid-October 2024. This analysis overall adheres to our overall compensation policy, utilizing external market comparisons from the comparable public sector and government organizations that we normally use. This analysis encompassed base salary, employee type, and benefits for the following officials: our county assessor, county clerk, probate judge, county sheriff, treasurer, and county commissioners. In addition to the market analysis, staff reached out and gathered information from the New Mexico counties, and we continue to monitor their outcomes. And that's why you have that packet in front of you, because their meetings are ongoing. Actually, somebody scheduled a special meeting on December 19th to discuss this item. And it includes what they are either proposing, what the staff is proposing, or actions that have been taken. I would like to just emphasize that it's important to look at the Class A counties, because those are the ones that are most similar to us. I want to just thank our staff, our HR department, county legal, finance, and all the county staff who assisted. What you have in your packet are 4 options for consideration, and 4 options in terms of if you wanted to act on the salaries prior to December 31st. And in addition to that, the county staff recommends that you establish an independent salary commission. The commission will study and provide recommendations for salaries for county elected officials. If the board decides to establish an independent salary commission, it could be created and tasked with establishing or making recommendations concerning the salaries of county elected officials in the calendar year of 2025. And that is my presentation. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. I'll take a personal privilege to lead a little bit of my feeling on this discussion. And I wanted to clarify for the public who are still watching that the packet that the county manager has brought before us was to have the breadth of opportunities and options set before this commission. And so tonight we can consider all of those options. There isn't one preferred alternative.
That's correct. And thank you for saying that. The first option actually was to leave the salaries as the statute allowed for in 2018, the state statute. And then the others are just high level is to utilize a market analysis that I discussed in the presentation. And also to do a flat fee. So we had two under market analysis. One was when we did the comparisons and did an average, and Bernadette's team did a great job. The other was to look at a flat increase, for example, the 10% that was received by all staff. And what we also did was just put in, you know, a number of recommendations that were made by other counties, and they were very disparate, which is why I gave you the list.
So to follow up on that, I just want to say thank you to our new county manager and to the legal department and the HR department for doing this research so quickly, because let us not forget, it's just been a month since this constitutional amendment was passed. And I wanted to state again what you said, that it transfers the responsibility from the legislature to the local governing bodies of the counties to consider how to set these wages. And so that's a really important thing, although there is a deadline with the incoming electeds. We don't have a deadline, and I don't believe that the constitutional amendment or our voters expected this to be rushed. And that is my greatest concern, one of my concerns this evening. So, I mean, I'm gonna, a little anecdote, you know, my father, some of you knew, served as a city councilor and a county commissioner. And he always said, working for the city and the county is a trust and a privilege. And I say that because I feel privileged to be in this. We've called it a volunteer role tonight. We've recognized all of those outgoing elected officials tonight that have done this because of their desire to serve the public. And it is not always the salary that gets people to put their name in for this role. So, you know, one example I will give is that the city of Albuquerque has a independent citizens salary commission that does a thorough research and full transparency and created a process for pay rates for our colleagues at the city, for the mayor and the council. And we have not, because we've only done this work, although I think there's a lot of information in this last month, that hasn't been considered. And I think that that is I feel like what we have been charged with is developing a process. And I support a thoughtful, deliberative and comprehensive process for considering wages for our electeds. And I know we're going to have a robust conversation this evening, but I would like to start out by, and allow that to happen, but I would like to start out by making a motion to direct our county manager to create a citizens independent salary commission to continue this work that they've started here and that we've been presented as of this last weekend, to consider the methodology used by the city of Albuquerque with their process and bring it back to the commission in 2025.
I'd second that.
So I know that I cut to the chase. I think that that is one of the suggestions in these options, but I wanted to place on the table the importance, and I have been receiving, as many of you have, emails from our constituents and from the community talking about be deliberative, be considerate of the wages, but know what you're putting forward and don't rush to judgment. So that's my opening statement, and please, I'll open it up for discussion and suggestions from all. Any questions for the manager? Commissioner Quesada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here we are again, right, making tough decisions. And I think this is the last item on this agenda.
It is.
So, you know, yeah, it is a great privilege to serve. It is. And a lot of times it's people who are retired, and a lot of times it's people who can afford to serve, which I think eliminates many, many people who have the desire to serve. But just because you have the desire to serve doesn't mean you shouldn't feed your children or pay your mortgage. And a lot of times people will run because they wanna maintain the integrity of that office. I mean, I wouldn't want to do anything to increase my own salary, but if we're in charge of the salaries of the treasurer and the county clerk and the sheriff, I think any kind of delay on that, and I think maybe we need to come to a consensus on that, because people, they have to survive. I know a lot of people think that this is all we do, that we come to a meeting twice a month and sit up here for a few hours, and that's the job that we do. And I get it. I see it. I also see the concern of what people see at the federal level, where we elect senators and representatives and they leave as a middle-class American and come back as a multimillionaire. And I know the public sees that as well. I don't see us doing that right here. I don't see that as that being part of the move. Matter of fact, I might do that. Madam County Clerk, right? You came from working in the county clerk's office. You ran for office. For what reason? Why did you run for office?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Quesada. Thank you for asking that question. So just for clarification, I am the clerk-elect. I will be sworn in as the clerk on January 1st. But thank you very much. So I've been involved in public service my entire adult life. And I would say that probably 90% of that has been situated around working families and the importance of voting and having your voice heard in all of our legislative processes. Now, I've been the deputy county clerk here in Bernalillo County for the last 4 years, and it truly is something that couldn't be closer to my heart. I'm extremely passionate about it, and I wanted to continue the work, but to put it right out there, I'm taking a solid 30% pay cut to take on the job of clerk. And yes, I absolutely knew what the salary was going into it. But I would also, super quickly, if I might, just point out that the world is changing a lot here in the last few years. Our mandates from the state are increasing by multitudes every year. The clerk's office in particular oversees a department of 50 full-time employees, but during election season that goes up to 1,000, and that can be 6 months out of every single year. And one last thing that I just wanted to say, and I apologize, Commissioner and Madam Chair, but thank you for giving me the opportunity. I would like to say I've spent the last 4 years as the deputy advocating for salaries for our employees in the clerk's office. Their work is highly, highly valued, and I think that each and every one of them deserves to be paid what they're worth. And I would just personally ask that the commission consider what our work is worth and make that decision accordingly. And I very genuinely appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Well, so what
Thanks,
I got
Commissioner.
from that, Madam Chair, is that she ran because she is passionate about her job and that she wants to make sure that elections are done free and fairly and that everybody has an opportunity to vote, right? And so she didn't want to walk away from that. So she ran for the office to do that. And, I don't believe that if we want higher quality people running for these offices, that they should make less money because it's an elected office. I don't understand how that becomes a punishment. We sit up here all the time worried about what McDonald's pays. But yet it's okay for a county commissioner to make less than what McDonald's pays. Not that there's nothing wrong with the job at McDonald's, and it has its purpose, and those usually young people who are going to college or are finding their way in life to move forward. we just want to, I think people should just want to be paid accordingly. It does not matter to me, but I'll say this. And I purposely did this. I ran for office. I ran for the school board, and then I ran 8 years as a county commissioner. And I can't tell you how many movies I've declined and how many TV series offers I declined because my passion for this community was more important than that career. But should I really be punished for that? Should I not be able to make a decent amount of money for the work that I did? I think everybody who made a got here early heard about all the incredible things that got done in my office, right? And that the staff did and I was a part of. Well, I made sure that I was totally involved in all of those projects all the way through to not only getting them passed up here, but being a part of the whole process. And that's a job. It's a full-time job. So that's why I could not do film and television. That's why I could only work on the weekends. But so I believe, and this is what I truly believe, I'll end with this. I truly believe that if these jobs pay somebody an actual living wage, then perhaps you'd get more people running for office. You'd get more people more passionate about being involved and making a change. But when you got to sacrifice your family or your home to do it, then the amount of people who are able to do that becomes really, really small. And that's not what this government was set up for. This government was set up so you have someone sitting up here that's an actor and a comedian, and somebody who's a construction worker, and somebody who's a finance guy in a business, somebody who has come and worked in government her whole entire life, somebody who is passionate about behavioral health. This is what government should look like. But if there's only so many people who do it, you limit that. And I get it. I understand our dollars are precious. Every dime we put into our taxes is precious. But wouldn't you want the best that could possibly be to represent you? Because he can afford to do it if he runs for office. He can make a living and pay his bills and also represent you. I think that's a more powerful statement of what government should be. And I don't know which plan is better. I don't know which plan is better, but I just want to let the public know that to limit that limits your choices, limits the people who can run. You know, it shouldn't be just for retired people is what I'm saying. It should be for everybody. And if you don't pay them a working wage, then they cannot make that decision. We have an incoming elected county clerk who is taking a 30% pay cut to do the job that she believes in and that she thinks will do a better job than the person before her, because that's why she ran. But we punish her for that. I'm not quite sure those are right decisions that we're making to do that. I'm looking at this and I just can't even believe that Wayne Johnson is paying his people that much, you know, that's his offer to the people that he's paying. Wayne, I sat on this commission with Wayne Johnson. Commissioner Johnson was so conservative that I couldn't even imagine him passing this, but yet this is what they're looking at for Sandoval County. I mean, that's a living wage. That there, people can provide for their families. That there motivates more people to want to go out and do that job, that right there. And maybe that's what he sees now. Maybe now that he became a county manager, his thought process has changed. Because I'm not talking down about Wayne Johnson because he's a friend of mine. But what I'm saying is his politics are not in line with what I'm seeing right here. I've never seen it. He was very fiscally responsible. I mean, we couldn't get 10 cents out of that guy when we were here because he wanted to know what you're spending it on and why did you want to spend it. And, you know, I spent 2 years working with Wayne Johnson up here. So I'm looking at what other counties are doing, and obviously they can afford it because that's what they're discussing right now on this report. So I'm worried, I understand that I don't disagree with the committee because I know APS does that with capital, right? So that way school board members aren't involved in the capital process. But tonight, we are responsible not just for that, but we're responsible for the sheriff, for the county clerk, for the treasurer who are coming into office. And I think we should do our job. Sometimes our job is tough. It's difficult. People will be, I've had pitchforks out front of meetings before, and Commissioner Barboa can attest to that. Sometimes decisions are hard. The work is hard sometimes. I think tonight we should do our job. Although it's difficult and hard, I think tonight would be a good night to do our job on this, to make sure that we're considering all of that, because a committee may not. They may, but they may not. And that takes the control out of this commission. And this commission ran for office to make those hard decisions, not to be popular in public. Not saying that that's why they're doing that, but not to be popular, not to be loved by our constituents, but to make the hard decisions that matter to the people around us. I wish they could make their own decisions and let them do their own salaries, and then that way that would take us out of it, and then they can deal with the public in their own public meetings. But this is the structure. This is how it works. This is what we got to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start by saying I seconded this motion because I think this is the gold standard approach to this issue. And our partners at the City of Albuquerque, we can criticize a lot of things that they do or have done over the years, but I think they really got this right. The commission that they set up is empowered to make those decisions, and they don't make those decisions in a vacuum. They're independent citizens of the community that take input from the market, and they also take input from the elected officials. I've actually talked to counselors about how this works. Counselors are interviewed, they're surveyed about how much work they're putting in, how much time they're spending on nights and weekends and going to neighborhood meetings and going to water board meetings and responding to emails and meeting with staff and all the things that we do that the public doesn't see us do right here tonight. And I think this is the gold standard, is putting this in the hands of an independent commission, an independent authority of this body to make those recommendations. Because at the end of the day, we have, as I referred, and I put this on everyone's dais, we have a code of conduct. And our code of conduct clearly says that we hold office for the benefit of the public, to impartially carry out the laws of the nation, state, and county, to discharge faithfully the duties of their office regardless of personal considerations, and to recognize that the public interest must be their prime concern. So not my interest, but the public interest. Now, that being said, I think this commission and the idea of putting this in those hands serves that public interest, because I agree with my colleague that so passionately made the case that we need to make sure that a diverse assemblage of people can serve on this body. It shouldn't just be people that are retired or independently wealthy or whatever. It should reflect our community. And I'm actually really proud to serve on this board because I think it does a pretty good job of doing that. I mean, like, as Commissioner said, the people, the faces up here, we're an example of our community. I think we generally look and work like our community. Different jobs, different life experiences, and we all found our way here. And the privilege that I find, the reward I find in this job is not the pay. It's being in this room, right? Being able to listen to my constituents and advocate for the things that I hear from them, and to bring those voices to the table, to be in the discussion and be in the room. And that's why we're here, right? To serve the public and advance that cause. And we're not always going to agree. We're not always going to win, but that's why we're here. And the wages that we are paid currently, I just want to point out that, this is a problem in our community. The median income in our community is less than we are paid, meaning that most people in our community make less than we do. And basically all of us have other jobs. That's a big problem, right? And that's part of the problem that we're all elected to be here to solve, or at least try to solve, right? Economic development and substance use and housing and all those things, right? That's why I ran. That's why the community sent me here, I believe, is to help with those problems, not to help myself. But that being said, this board is only effective as its members and as its diversity. And I think empowering a commission to make those decisions can lead to that, right? Because it is important that the salaries reflect the work that we do, the time that we spend, and attract and retain good people in these positions. But I don't think I think that conflicts us. And, I highlighted other sections of this code of conduct that talk about, general ethical standards of public service and, disclosure, full disclosure of real or potential conflicts of interest shall be the guiding principle for determining appropriate conduct. This is a conflict of interest. I mean, it doesn't get more simple than that because we are voting on potentially our own salaries. So, I think that's why this commission is, again, I keep going back to, it's the gold standard because it takes it out of our hands. It makes it impartial and allows that commission to assess what is that real level that will give people that ability. I want to point out that any changes we would make tonight, now it's not in the current motion on the table, but any further changes we would make to elected official salaries would not increase the diversity of the applicants because the election's already been held. So there's not going to be any new entrants, right? No one new is going to say, now I'm going to run for clerk or treasurer because the election is done, right? Those folks already made that calculation, decided they were going to run or not run. So we're not going to change the current slate. So again, I think that's why this commission is important because it has the potential to affect that future diversity, which is really what I think is important. But I think it's also important that we recognize that pay is not the only barrier to entry. In fact, I think it's probably the easiest one to solve because we have party structures, right, that limit the flow of applicants into these positions. If you're not connected within the party or you're not able to advance in your primary or in your general election, that's a barrier. Fundraising, right? We all had to raise funds to serve in this office. So, public financing, things like that are really important if we're talking about how do we increase diversity. I think those are much more important, much more fundamental to reasons why people wouldn't enter office when they see, hey, you got to raise $100,000 to be competitive in a county commission seat. I mean, most of us can't imagine when I was just a private citizen before this, I couldn't imagine raising $100, like going out and begging for money. That's not who I was. That's not who I am, frankly. And so there's other barriers to entry here. This is not the only one. And so I don't think we can, pat ourselves in the back and say, oh, we gave a raise. We're going to get more candidates. We've got all these other things that are limiting. I'm almost done here, but as we think, so I think, again, empowering this commission is the way we ought to go because it takes it out of our hands. It avoids any conflicts or potential conflicts of interest among board members. And it empowers, our community to make those decisions about our performance. But I think the last thing I want to highlight is what we've heard from the public, both people that came and spoke to us tonight, the emails. I mean, I know that most of the emails we've gotten have been addressed to all of us. We've gotten probably close to 100, somewhere in that range of emails on this. I don't think I've seen any that don't advocate for this commission approach, a thoughtful, transparent, accountable approach. I realize the amendment passed barely a month ago, and we're trying to rush to implement this, but that's part of the problem, is that, I think that we need to take our time. We need to make sure that this is transparent. We had 4 days to review this, folks. I mean, that's all of us and the public got it at the same time. That's no one's fault. That's the function of the timing of this and when it has to be implemented if it's going to apply to the newly sworn in folks. So I think we need to make sure that we're listening to the public. And I don't think that very many people elected us to come up here and figure out ways to help ourselves, to do things like that. Now, that's not to say that that we shouldn't. We should, I absolutely agree, that we need to make sure we have competitive wages for electeds. That's just not a job that I think we should feel comfortable doing, because there is a better way. We have it before us. And I wanna highlight one comment that I think is especially important. This is actually from a Bernalillo County employee that sent this in. It says, as a Bernalillo County employee, I oppose giving a huge raise to commissioners, and I wonder where that money would come from. We employees have just been told that next year's budget is very tight. Granting commissioners a raise at this time would send a demoralizing message to employers and taxpayers about the county's priorities. And I too received that budget memo I think it was a few months ago, where we saw that it was going to be projected to be a flat budget year. And we're directing departments and directors to submit budgets that are flat or even, negative, looking for savings, looking for ways to trim any kind of fat that we can. And while we are still paying, folks in the land management section, in some of our sort of, entry-level roles, folks in animal care that are basic animal care techs, things like that, we're still paying them a lot less than what we're making up here for full-time work, true full-time work. Not to mention we have firefighters that have been advocating for pay parity for the 2 years I've been on here, and I'm sure it goes back further than that. And as far as I'm concerned, until we can deliver for them, we should not be delivering for ourselves, because they're the reason we were put here, to make sure that we're empowering our employees to do their jobs. And I think, again, back to where I started, if we empower an independent commission to make this decision for us, I think we will be better off. We will remove any conflict with our code of conduct and hold ourselves to a high ethical standard, while still allowing the organization to build new leaders and bring in new people that want to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Barboa, and then Commissioner Benson.
Thank you. Again, appreciate the discussion. Folks here know, I get to work at the state legislature for my nonprofit that mostly advocates for issues that the community has brought forward, or healthcare, or, by and for community members. And I have seen our legislature suffer, and always thrown a lot of this shame around, you can't advocate for yourself. But that representation is a huge deal. Because of outside forces, we've been able to see an increase in our state legislature of women of color. But those have meant that other forces have come in, like whole programming dedicated to recruiting and, valuing those folks that they could run. So I feel like I have no shame in saying that, one, we're in a place right now where we just completed a compensation study, and our whole county got leveled up around 12% increase. We could say with the different places, but that's an average way, a general way to talk about it. The county all got sort of that decision. I think even the conversation that's happened this evening, that before, just a commission term before, everybody except for Commissioner Quesada was retired. So the fact that we do have a more diverse, where more folks are working, more folks are, that we've seen, Commissioner Olivas, I think, is one of the younger elected county commissioners ever elected to off. I don't know if he's the youngest, but one of the younger. And that makes the difference, right? And that's because in 2018 we got that bump, and it meant that people could move again. So I feel the same way about this. I think representation is the hugest thing. We don't have anyone that's a single parent. I was a single parent, but my kids are young adults now, so they're not in my house. I'm not worried about picking them up after school or whatever. We don't have, I think Commissioner Benson is the only one who has school-age children on this diocese. If we're a true citizenship legislature, we should be able to have folks that have experienced homelessness, and folks that work in janitorial, the whole gamut of representation. And I think that only happens when folks can, and when folks can afford to do it. I agree that there are many other things that could help to improve it, like how we run, the political structure. But I think by and large that people, if you can't afford it, then you're not even gonna take that step into it if the pay doesn't meet your need. Last I'd say, well, not last, but so the pay doesn't meet your need. I also just think that I hear loud and clear. I got that email too. I think it was the one that most impacted me to say, yeah, if it's not in our budget, then how are we budgeting for it? I think I'm interested to have the conversation about our budget, given our state's budget and opioid settlement funds, where will be a flat budget at. But that's a different conversation. But I think that, yeah, having representation, having the ability, and right now we've gone through that. So I guess I would, one of my questions is, thank you for offering these sort of three options for the public to be aware. Number one is like sort of do nothing, leave as is. But I think our commissioners are proposing to create a citizen, what did you call it?
Citizen Independent Commission.
Citizen Independent Commission.
Salary Commission, yeah.
Salary Commission. That's number one. I want to know, so number two is this sort of market level, which it puts us at 150,000. That to be, especially for our budgeting purposes, feels like a big leap. Especially, I like my other job as well. Maybe I would be planning different if I had known this was a $150,000 job. I probably would have planned differently, or maybe not run in that case. But it brings a difference of what that looks like. So I guess in this option 3, which is it gives about I think it says a 15% increase. Across these newly electeds, that 15% takes county commissioners. I'm not quite sure the hourly because it says an 1880 to, I guess, is that based on a 20-hour work week? What's that based on? But
Do you want me to answer that?
Sure.
That's actually based on a 40-hour.
40-hour
Yeah,
work week.
which is a bigger discussion just in terms of how many hours people work. And I just will say that one other thing, if I could just interject, is that the staff is also recommending and really agrees that we should have a salary setting commission because there are lots of issues to discuss, in terms of more long-term thinking. So.
And I guess that's my question is, can we have both? Can we choose option 3 with the citizen commission? Because the other part I worry about is if we don't pass it now, it might not get passed. I also want to say that if we're going to have a citizen review commission board, that they also get some compensation. Because in my experience, every single board we've had, that same thing goes through. If we're asking for volunteers, it usually means that older people that aren't relying on it, that, don't have responsibilities, they get to serve on those boards. And I'm very thankful for all the people that serve. I'm not trying to be ageist or classist, but we also need representation on all those boards. So somehow that they get compensated for their time would mean that a single mom could serve on that compensation board and advocate for what she might need to be able to serve on a board like this in the future. So I'm asking, can we do both, like agree on the option 3 plus a citizen advisory board tonight and it still be in effect for newly electeds?
Yes, and if I could, maybe, Ken, just remind me, I know that there's a rule about the rotation because you can't vote on your own salary technically. Could you remind me what that is? Sorry not to toss you under the bus, meaning that for now, this would cover, any action taken tonight could cover the clerk, the treasurer, and 3 members of the commission.
Assessor, undersheriff, probate judge.
Well, that's what I wanted to make sure Ken could just weigh in on.
So first of all, I think that if you're voting on all the salaries, you're not voting on your individual salary. So there's been some research on this done at the legislature with regard to school teachers voting on the general budget.
Ken, but, I mean, Mr. Martinez, could you lean into your mic? I understand
I'm
what you
sorry.
mean now that I'm a little farther away from him, yes.
I'm trying to, I
Thank
try to
you.
look at my,
I know, it's hard.
I try to look at my commission when I talk. I think that the commission can vote on all the salaries, and it's not a conflict of interest necessarily, although a conflict of interest ultimately lies, with the commission members. But if you're voting on the salaries for all electeds, you're not saying, oh, I'm voting on a salary for me. So you're setting salaries because that's part of the legislative job. And it was what's listed in the constitutional amendment as set by the county commission. Now, an example could be that Santa Fe said, okay, we're gonna set the salaries now for the newly electeds, and we'll come back and look at the other salaries because they wouldn't be come into effect now. Because there's a separate provision in the Constitution that says you don't get an interim pay increase. You're paid at the level that's in effect at the time that you take office. So that's where we have this time.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to recollect to respond to your question. Thank you.
So, yeah, so if we can, then I guess I would move a public option, on option 3 with the citizen salary advisory.
Well, there's a motion on the floor that we need to deal with first, and then we can move to see how that discussion and everything goes, and then, so hold that thought. Thank you, Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just some observations in this conversation. I can tell you, I think salaries are one of the biggest barriers to entry for public office, whether it's this or the state legislature. If you look at who runs for office, Commissioner Barboa pointed out it primarily used to be retirees. Right now, it's not, but there are. I'm a small business owner. Commissioner Olivas, small business owner. Commissioner Barboa runs a nonprofit, very similar. She's able to control her schedule. As a working actor, Commissioner Quesada can control his own schedule. So it takes a certain level of autonomy to be able to run for office. And our status quo has been, hey, politicians shouldn't make any money. And so, we're the only state in America where our state legislators don't take a salary. And so look at who our state legislators are. They're retirees or small business owners, lawyers mostly. Or real estate, yeah. So the people that can afford to not be in an office every day. Same thing holds true here. I think the individuals that are up here ran for office in spite of any kind of salary. It wasn't a consideration for me. But I have spoken to several amazing citizens that make more than the average salary in Albuquerque, who I think would be excellent to run for office. Because I'm thinking about who's going to replace me someday. And but they have jobs and they have kids and families. And I tell them the salary, they're like, no, I'm good. And so then I got to try to talk to enough retirees that have the energy and desire and don't want to go fishing or play with their grandkids, that they want to just give their blood, sweat, and tears and volunteer up here. That's what we got. And so I get the pushback and back to back to this commission. I haven't been that impressed with our commissions. I haven't been able to appoint to our own commissions. So I don't think that is a democratic process. I haven't been able to appoint participants in our commissions. And the voters, 65% voted for this. Not that there would be commissions, independent commissions voting for salaries, but that the commissions themselves would make these decisions. And then that goes to Commissioner Quesada's point about Wayne Johnson. He is a fiscal conservative. He still is, but he also understands fair market, and you got to attract the right people. Which gets to my point. So we could have a commission where I don't get an appointee again, or we could rely on the market rate salary, Or we could say, yeah, no, we're New Mexico. We don't rely on market rates. We're gonna set the bar as low as we can so that people really have to prove who wants to be up there. And that's how it feels like it's going, not based on what the voters said, but what the conversation up here is saying. So, Madam County Manager, can you tell us more about the market rate survey that you all did to do this? And by the way, I had no role in this. I had no role. And if we keep it status quo, fine for me. I don't care. I don't care for my own personal benefit, but I'll tell you who's going to be running in my shoes next time. I don't know, but it's going to be a very limited group of people who have the ability to do it. Very limited.
So thank you for the question, Commissioner. And so just to take you back, what staff did was they, and this is on option 2, what they did was they took all the counties we normally compare ourselves to and the counties we used for the 10%, I'm sorry, the overall, it was, I think, 13% based on either just increases to salaries or placement, a more appropriate placement in the market adjustments. But what they did was they took all of the counties we normally use for that, and they did an average across what those county positions made. And so that was their kind of first crack at this. And then what we
Just for
did.
clarification, you're referring to option 2, the
Yes,
market
ma'am.
rate? Okay,
Thank you, Chairwoman.
So this was the average?
Yes, and I don't know if, I want to see.
So that means 50% made
Bernadette,
more than this?
Was I accurate? Yeah, it was the average. And so do you want to, sorry, Bernadette.
Madam County Manager, that means half of the population made more than these salaries and half made less.
Let me let Bernadette, who's our HR director, since I will make sure that I'm being very accurate because I know how important this discussion is.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So the salaries that are listed in the document are, let's see.
This is the market one.
So they are actual salaries that we received from those outside counties. And then what we did was we took an average of those salaries to say, okay, what could we use, right? Take an average of all those counties. That's where that, like the 150 or the 145 numbers are coming from. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
And in the document, it's super tiny. So if you have it in front of you, if you looked at it online, you could manipulate it, but what you have in this, it's a spreadsheet that you would need a magnifying glass for if you're me.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam County Manager, so Madam Chair, I guess I just want to summarize by saying, if I was looking for any kind of compensation, I wouldn't have run for this job. I did this in spite of the compensation. I think all of you would agree. And if you want to open up competition, raise the salaries, and then you have a lot more people to vote for. You'll have a lot more people to vote for. I promise you. It's a barrier to entry. So the state legislature is a prime example. They make nothing. They have it per diem. But it keeps competition out. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just a couple comments from what I've heard, and we'll keep the conversation going. But being, let's see, the retired old person up here on the dais. No, I'm just joking about that. You know, the motivation for running for office, my point, is one of public service. The compensation isn't the reason. I think the primary reason even our state legislators run for office. I have a state representative who's a teacher. Okay, there are some, and I do think, well, just to finish, there are, they are working on their modernization of their pay, and it's a difficult conversation, as we all know, and we're watching that with great interest as taxpayers, as, you know, consumers of their actions, that kind of thing. So all I am saying with this independent group is that it doesn't disallow these salaries to be increased. Rather, I agree with some of what has been said here. I don't think that the market rate would fall very well on our taxpayers, though, in paying our commission $150,000, and I wouldn't vote for that. But we gave, as a body, the working folks of Bernalillo County last budget session a 10% raise. I think that was very generous and very smart. It was based on a 5-year compensation and class study that our HR group did. Isn't that right, Bernadette? 5 years, or it was a long period of time is what I'm saying. And it was deliberate, it was purposeful, and it was focused.
Yes, you're partially correct. I would say, Madam Chair, we look at the market every other year. So, but that particular one took us about 1.5 years to kind of put it all together and say, you know, where are we versus the market?
So I stand corrected, 1.5 years.
Yeah.
But we all had presentations. We all had the ability in the public eye to review that information, that comparative information, which is what this market analysis is. We didn't choose this huge, large, increase of pay, but what we did choose, because we are a deliberative body, the 10% increase for our rank and file. And that was a fair process. What I'm saying with this independent salary commission, it's being used by our partners in the city. I think they've done a pretty good job. I think that there are some counselors who are concerned because they came in, the new members of the council came in at the higher rate that they chose, and the ones that are still serving their term, if they run again, they will achieve that higher rate. There is a reason that the constitutional amendment was even written that way, so that we are careful not to be, self-serving and voting on our own salaries starting January 1. So what I'm trying to say is not to pass the buck, Commissioner Quesada. I am trying to say we have been tasked by the legislature to do a good job, to research this, to do a deliberate accounting, and to come up with a process for this, or to have the responsibility, is how you said it. It transfers the responsibility to set wages. We were not tasked to come up with those wages as of December 31st. And so I'm not arguing that perhaps there is a need. I do think there is a need to adjust our salaries. The commission, as well as the full-time other electeds, when you compare them to other nearby communities, it makes sense. I'm just saying that this is a rush to do this quickly. I mean, even some of the comments that we receive from, and they're not constituents, it's not self-serving that way, they're taxpayers. They're taxpayers who are saying, how are you going to use our money? And some have even said, there's probably a reason you haven't had a raise since 2018. My point is that we need to be deliberative, we need to be comprehensive, we need to be transparent. And I think that I would like the county manager and staff to take a look at this, and it's called the Citizens Independent Salary Commission that the city set up. May not be perfect, but they went through that process, and it was a deliberative process that was accountable to the taxpayer. And I think that is what my motion and what my proposal is based on. So I just wanted to clarify that. And Commissioner Quesada and then Commissioner Barboa.
Thank you. Madam Chair, do you know when the city gave themselves a raise? Because they just gave themselves a raise, because I know that some of them are not working in that, and they have to re-elect to get that raise. So they already given themselves a raise, and now they're gonna do an independent committee.
No, that's not what I understand. This independent salary commission, and I provided all the information to the county manager and to the county attorney.
Because I know that the city councilor makes $66,000.
Some of them do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the ones who did, what they did is they gave themselves, what I'm saying, that they gave themselves a raise. Now, this is new coming in where where everybody gets to decide now, because it's taking it out of the state. They had a raise, so they're good at this point, so they can kind of sit back and relax and wait for a committee to do this. I also have the same concerns Commissioner Benson does, who's appointing these. Everyone acts like a new committee is going to be foolproof and they're going to be uncorruptible. I mean, I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. I'm sorry, but I just do not. I think we're all people, we're all human, we all come in with our own thoughts of what an elected official should get and what they shouldn't get. And to be honest with you, they don't really know the work that I do or the work that Commissioner Barboa does off of her job. They don't know that, and they'll never know that. We know that, and we're aware of that. And we're aware of what the county clerk does, and we're aware of what the treasurer does. And so my concern is that we are going to not do something and wait for a committee instead of doing something and then creating a committee moving forward on those people who will take the sweet time to really consider everything as they move forward. But there's city councilors right now that are making a good salary, and I guarantee you they can keep running for office. They're not term limited, and that is an incentive for them to continue to keep running for office. I get it. We got to raise money to run for office. That's just part of the animal at this point. And if you really want to do that work and you want to, make a decent living and still be a public servant, then you got to go out and hustle the money and run an election and win it. So it's not a give me. It's never a give me. It never will be. No matter how much money you get paid, it'll never be a give me. There's no such thing unless you have no opponent. But I don't see that happening if it's a job that you could actually make a living at. So I'm just going to end with that. Those are my concerns. I really like Commissioner Barboa's idea on let's move forward on what we're going to do and then put a committee moving forward to make sure that from then on that point, there's a process put in place. But if you have incoming elected officials, I don't think that it's something that they pass in 2025 is going to affect these new incoming commissioners that work countywide, and we should be concerned about their welfare, their children, their grandchildren, their mortgages, and I just believe that is not being self-serving. That is being a good human being. I just believe that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I think we need to take a hard look at elected official salaries, make sure that they reflect what the market demands for them. I just don't think that's an appropriate role for the same people who are going to, or potentially going to, benefit from that. And I think that's why the city went that direction with the Independent Salary Commission. And by the way, a lot of other counties are going that way too, from the research that county manager provided. That's a pretty common part. Some are just doing that, some are doing the increase and they're doing that, some are not doing that. But it's clearly something that a lot of communities are having as part of the mix. And so I think us starting the conversation out with this is really important in setting the tone for our community, that the most important thing is avoiding those conflicts of interest for us, setting up a process that is permanently transparent and accountable. And I think it's important that this board, this commission, be designed so that the updates to the salary always happen before the filing deadline, right? Because we all file for office in March of the year when we run for office. And so if you're really making a decision about whether you're going to run or not, you need to know definitely by March, but probably by December, November of the year before, because that's when you're really having those conversations with your family. That's when you're starting to talk to, people in the parties and, potential funders and stuff like that, and really making those decisions. And so, I think that's part of, to me, how that board would be really important. And to do that every 2 years before the cycle begins, reset those salaries so that we do attract the most diverse and slate of candidates and empower people to run that might not otherwise run. And so I think that's why this is so important to me, to set this framework, because that's our job. We're policymakers. I don't think, none of us would say it would be appropriate for us to go in and take the salary schedule from HR or Ms. Reagan and say, let's go through each director and decide what they should make. Let's go through each position and talk about, and so that's, in a way, that's what we're doing here. I realize it's different. We're not going through the whole schedule, but it's just not really a great process. I realize it's the cards we've been dealt, but that's why this is so good to me. And I acknowledge Commissioner Benson's point, who you appoint matters and how those boards work matter. I support a lot of our boards and commissions. I think a lot of them do good work. Commissioner Barboa and I worked to set up what I think is the first paid board and commission in the county for behavioral health, acknowledging that the people that serve should be paid. But in this case, because it affects us as commissioners, I think that we need to put it in someone else's hands and empower them to make those decisions. So I would like to call the question on the motion on the table, and, you know, realizing that we can still have other
So we have an
motions that
amendment
come
on the
forward.
table, and I do have a question on the amendment.
No.
So if your
No, there hasn't been an
I
amendment.
called the question, Madam Chair.
Oh, you
Yeah,
called the
we've
question?
called the question.
So there's not an amendment?
For
There's no
the,
amendment? Okay, because I know
for
that.
the, my statement was a motion for a citizen independent
Oh, okay.
salary commission, the language that I read. Did you get that, Julianne?
And so
Okay.
my question is, if we vote for that, will that make the other one mute? We wouldn't be able to go back and vote now on like option 2 or option 3. That would eliminate us being able to vote on those other options, right? So it would kill anything that precluded it. Is that correct, Ken?
Get to turn on. It would depend on the specific wording of the motion. What I heard on the motion, I'll defer to the chair on what her motion was to create an independent commission like the cities to report in 2025. That could mean, and we could have clarity on what that means, that would be it. And then you would take no action until 2025. Or the other option is to look at all your options on that list. So her motion could be subject to amendment, or you could just do the motion alone. It would just be clarity, and I would defer to the chair on the clarity of her motion, whether or not it's the intent to be, let's set up this independent thing and then look at what we do now, or let's set up the independent thing, and that should be the final answer for today. But it's up to the will of the commission and the chair's intent on her motion.
Yeah. Well, the question has been called, and let me read the motion, and that is to direct the county manager to create a citizens' independent salary commission to continue this good work they've done and that's been presented today, and to consider the methodology used by the city of Albuquerque and bring that proposal back to the BCC in 2025. That's the motion that we will be voting on, and the question has been called. So I'm going to call the question. Of course, there can be other directions we go. So all those in favor of that motion, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Yes.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, so that fails. Now, Commissioner
Madam Chair.
Barboa has a, Commissioner Barboa had a proposed, and then
Yeah.
Commissioner Benson.
Yes, I propose that, I would like to move that we accept option 2. Oh, no, that is the big one, $150,000.
10%.
You ever watch
maybe?
Friday? When he so option 3, which is a 15% across the board increase for all the offices, with, and I would like to say a one-time citizen advisory board. What did you call it? A one-time Citizens Independent Salary Commission. And I say one time because I would really like for there to be language that doesn't say that this is continuous, that it proceeds on forever, but more that as needed, we pull together a group of professionals that work with our HR and look at the studies and make those decisions.
That would set the process for future raises?
For future, because I also do not think that this would take our salary, my motion would take county commissioner's salary from 39,000 to 44,000. I still don't think that's the place that I'm talking about, where the single mom, the guy who, has 7 kids or whatever, could feel like they could really take on this. So I would hope that this fits within our budget. It's a 15% increase. It's not catastrophic to the budget that we've already been working on, and that but still allows a citizen independent commission to be able to look farther, deeper, work longer with our HR staff.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Madam
Discussion.
Chair.
Commissioner Benson. Any
Yeah, thank
commissioner
you.
comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern with the independent commission, which is why I'm willing to consider it for a one-time, is we actually have a professional licensed HR department, director, and then a full HR department who knows this stuff. My issue with these rates are that this is a 15% increase from 2018. So it doesn't keep up with any kind of cost of living. All right, fine, whatever. You're still gonna, the salary, that salary today is less in dollars than our current salary was back in 2018, based on inflation, which goes back to the original issue of it's a barrier to entry to attract high thinking. Our budget at the county is $1.4 billion that the five of us make decisions on. That is a lot of money, and that is your money. And so if you want a limited number of people who are willing to throw their hat in the ring, then let's keep it here at this $44,000. That'll keep it so that it's only real estate agents or small business owners, lawyers, actors, retirees. That's going to be our county commission dealing with a $1.4 billion budget, how to spend your money. So that's my issue with it, but it's better than keeping it status quo. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments?
Actually, Madam Chair, one more comment. I apologize.
Follow up? Yep.
Thank you. If you're concerned about a conflict of interest, if a commission that you've appointed comes back versus, I didn't appoint our HR department, I have no say over her role. But if we get to appoint our own commission and they come back and then we vote, yes, great idea. Oh, that's more than the original HR department? Oh, well, it's what the commission said. Then there could still be a conflict of interest. There's no perfect. I get this has the appearance of transparency, but I'm here to tell you, I've been part of commission selection groups and excluded from them, and there's just as many potential conflicts of interest with those as well. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
I would just, and I'll get to you, Vice Chair, our HR director obviously would be engaged with the Citizen Commission. The key point is that it's an independent commission that is transparent. And so the purpose is to have these conversations with this data that has started, but it's just a start. This report has pending in many of these places where we don't know yet because other commissions are struggling with this same question. So the point is that this commission would be independent, transparent, and have advice from our professionals in the field using good data. So I don't think that we may have to just disagree on that. I think that it can be an independent group that takes into consideration what the taxpayers want us to do, and that would be public and transparent. Vice Chair Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got to start by saying doing this one time is a huge mistake. To say that we're only going to do an independent salary commission once, that flies in the face of what our HR department just told us about our own salary studies. We do them every year and a half. So we're saying that we're going to reset the commission's salaries once, and then we're going to put it back in our hands, or frankly in the hands of future commissions, to go through this mess again. I think that's a huge mistake. We should, if we're not going to do it, then we just shouldn't do it. I think that's a mistake too. But I think it's, I'm a little disappointed too that I'm hearing, from some of my fellow commissioners that we're kind of trashing our boards and commissions here and say, they're useless. They don't do anything. And, they're appointed so unfairly. And but we all are up here singing the praises of those same boards and commissions when they bring us their annual reports and, they do their good work. There's been folks on this board that have thoroughly used our code of conduct board to address concerns that they've had. And, like it or not, I think that board has performed an amazing service to the county and done its job quite well with volunteer members who probably deserve to be paid for their service on that important board. So, I think this is a big mistake to say we're only going to do this one time, because this is going to be an ongoing issue. And if we truly want diversity, I mean, that's what we started this argument with, is that, we need to diversify the pool, we need more applicants. How is a one-time reset going to keep up with what happens in 10 years and 20 years? So I really hope that we can reconsider that. And the other statement that I wanted to make is just, I think this is more of a question for our Code of Conduct Board than it is for anyone up here or even for our county attorney, because ultimately they're the ones that adjudicate the Code of Conduct. But, it says in here there's several provisions under conflicts of interest and what is an official act for personal financial interest, and then detailing out, what those acts look like. And this sure seems like for a couple folks up here, that is directly the case. And for others of us, it's less direct, because we wouldn't necessarily benefit from it immediately. But, I think those are, look, I'm not gonna go file complaints and cause all kinds of trouble on this. But I just think, again, it's a really bad look. We serve our community, we serve the public. They place this trust in us. And I just think this does not fully honor that trust, and we can do much better, again, by empowering a commission to do this work. So I don't know if Commissioner Barboa was going to make a comment on what I said about the one time, but I did have an amendment that I wanted to make to the motion on the floor at some point.
Yeah, I think what worries me about a forever commission, and I would assume that there's something we could make. I'm really worried. Like, I don't think this pay takes it to a level. We weren't planning on any of this, so I feel like, okay, I could agree, we don't need it right now. We weren't planning on it. None of us knew that this was gonna come around today, right? So we can say, okay, let's level us up a tiny bit, definitely not to what, to where even, I didn't even realize that our assistants got a big bump in the big bump that they got, right?
Well, that was the 10%. That was with the 10%.
That was with the 12%, but I think that number, unless it's wrong, it's definitely more than 12%. I think they did both market and, I don't know, but that's not the number I understood our assistants were making. But that's not here or there. My point to say is that a forever commission is gonna, I guess I want to know who's going to be on that commission, I just have a problem with, so often all our commissions are the same look. It's the same thing we're talking about, right? It's the same people that are, involved and read our newsletters and come onto the county page all the time, which is great. And it doesn't make representation of our county. So I'd happy to an amendment. Commissioner Chair Baca suggested maybe we make this, maybe that independent commission can be our code of conduct board. They already exist. They would work directly with our HR.
We all get to appoint them.
We all get to appoint them already. It's already. So I would rescind and reword my motion to say we go with option 3 and add that the code of conduct board be in charge of working with our HR and reviewing commission and elected salaries here in perpetuity.
Or if I may, you could say that the Code of Conduct Board could serve as the Citizen Independent Salary Commission. We're doing amendments to the Code of Conduct, and we could just simply add that that's another duty that board serves. This is a very respected board that we all know and we all point to, and that's another option.
And
Mr. Martinez?
Madam Chair, you said what I was going to say, which I think is it's a great idea if we do that. We take it to the Code of Conduct Board in the Code of Conduct amendments, and then we'll flesh out what that language will be, because you guys will be voting on it. So we'll create a new paragraph, so to speak, that in addition to their other duties, there'll be this commission that sets these salaries. But that language will be subject to your vote. And then we've clearly, and I know Mr. Gutierrez is here, we have clearly authorized them to do this. So it's not kind of an ultra vires request, it's something that was authorized by this commission to do.
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair.
Or, I don't know, we're finished with
That's
that?
my
Okay,
motion,
okay.
although if it's changed, I don't know if it needs another second or.
I second it.
So I appreciate that. I think that, that is a good change, a positive direction. So, as I said, I wanted to make an amendment. I don't know where this will go. But I would like to amend, what's on the floor to remove county commissioners from the current consideration, but increase the percentage for the countywide elected officials to 25%. Because as we saw on this list, there's clearly a big gap for those countywides between their deputies and their and themselves. They oversee relatively large staffs within the organization. They are kind of truly full-time positions. And so I think it honors the work that they do and doesn't get us to market there yet either, but gets us a little closer. While at the same time removing what I think is kind of a perceived, again, I'm just gonna call it perceived conflict of interest, even if, I'll give the benefit of the doubt to my colleagues that there is none. So the motion, the motion I'm making to amend is to increase the countywide electeds by 25% instead of 15, and to remove county commissioners from that list.
My big concern about this is that we just gave a 10% increase to the rank and file, and here we're proposing 15, 25, which is why my initial statement was that I feel like this shouldn't be done on the fly. This should have been done, I think, that's just my position, by creating this value-added citizen independent salary commission. So I don't think I will support that amendment.
Call the question?
Okay, the question has been called. Do you want to, did you get the motion, Julianne? Okay. All those in favor, say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
No.
No. So that passes.
Thank you very much.
And thank you
And I
for the
appreciate the
vote.
discussion.
I do appreciate
And I
the
wanted to say thank you to all of
robust
you
discussion.
and to the staff. Well done.
Okay. So with that,
Thank you, everyone who worked hard in a quick turnaround.
finally, the announcement of our next commission meeting will be Tuesday, January 14th, 2025. Administrative meeting at 5 p.m. here in the Ken Sanchez Commission chambers. This meeting is adjourned.